Welcome and good evening,
Hey,
guys. Hey, viewers, welcome. Well, Ellen, good to see you, and Mike, good to see you too. Let's see who popped in here. We had Prepper for the Ages on your side, Mike,
Okay.
and we have Midge Bakers, he popped in too on my side,
Oh, hey, Guardian.
and then we have Kane on your side, Mike, and Guardian. Always nice to see you.
my favorite South African.
Yeah. And we have Grumpy Adventures and Kane on your side, Mike. Nelly on the land on my side, and Vanessa Kitty.
There's no
Good to see you.
sides. We're all together. We're all one big
Yeah,
happy
okay.
family. The sides don't matter.
Exactly. And we have Liz. Welcome to the stream. Let's see. And we have Ace. Good to see you again. And Nelly on the land. Good to see you. Grumpy Adventures. Good to see you. I hope I didn't miss anyone. Evil Girl, good to see you again. Digs Outdoors. And Fire Dr. Ninja Turtle, good to see you. Always nice to see you, brother.
A cool name.
Yeah.
Sign
Yeah,
of the times. It's a sign of the times when a Ninja Turtle has to go and get a doctorate just to get a job. Being a Ninja Turtle wasn't enough. You had to be a Dr. Ninja Turtle.
Yeah, we have Grass Monster 3 and Leanne MCK. Ace says sides matter on our plate. Katie, the greatest adventures. Good to see you. Purple Ale. Good to see you. James Ridley. Good to see you too. Well, today's topic for this Saturday evening is the justice vacuum prepping for a long-term absence of all law and order. And that is not a topic no Predator channel I know of have talked about
Sorry.
at all.
Shut off.
So,
Sorry.
I
The
think
car's radio
this is,
said it was going to turn itself on.
So I think this is a quite important topic, and it's extremely rare topic, by the way. So
I think a lot of channels struggle to talk about a topic like this because of how it might be perceived by other people. Because we know of channels in the past that have talked about things and then been shut off for that very reason. So that could be one of the reasons. So it's just about treading lightly, right? And everything that we say here, do your own research.
yeah,
follow the law.
do your yeah. But it's this will be basically for a post-collapse scenario when you don't have any law enforcement, you have no courthouses, you don't have that anymore.
So in about 6 months in the UK, we're talking about.
But anyway, let's see, where did I have that? No. This is a scenario that explores a situation where the mechanisms of law, police, courts, property records, and any form of legitimate authority are gone for years, forcing a community to become its own governing, judging, and enforcing body.
Mm-hmm.
That is basically what it is.
Yeah, I think we've yeah. I suppose it all depends on the route people take, right? If it's a community, you're going to have some sort of laws in place, and that would be down to, for me, keep it simple. You start writing the law books, rewriting the law books as they are now. It's just going to be a massive grey area. It should be almost like a 10 Commandments situation, right? The very basics.
Yeah.
Don't kill.
Keep it simple and set up certain rules for specific violations.
Mm-hmm. The difficult bit is punishment.
Yeah.
How would you deal with that? That's the difficult question, because if we're talking about multiple years into the future, societal collapse, etc.
Welcome, Iron Fire Horse. Good to see you.
Are you going to want to be imprisoning people and feeding them and looking after them in an imprisoned state? Is it banishment? Yeah. Is it ultimate banishment, as in from life? Like, we have double jawses.
Yeah, I don't know how that.
Okay, that's
better.
Yeah, better. According to Lena, good to see you, ma'am.
I think as well, just before we start, it goes without saying that none of us want law and order to disappear. I think that's probably also where some of those channels fall foul. As it's kind of like I want it to be a Mad Max situation. I want it to be like I'm Clint Eastwood roaming through the hills.
I've been waiting to use this baby.
Yeah, I take all of my advice just from watching Clint Eastwood movies.
Yeah.
That goes without saying. None of us want this situation. We're just theorizing. So, yeah.
I think it's interesting as well the way law and order has existed in countries prior to the state that it's in just now. I always tend to look backwards whenever I'm looking at what happens if there's an SHTF situation. I always try and think back to the point where the country I live in was kind of in that situation, either because they hadn't caught up to it technologically or something that happened in the past. So there's been periods in the UK, for example, where we've had damn near zero law and order, really. It's been regionalized and you've had tribes and clans and things like that. So you can go all the way back. And I kind of have this idea that a lot of the time we would fall back to one of those stages,
Yeah, you just have to look at anywhere in Scotland, The reason they built a wall there in the first place was like, we're not getting involved with that. It's just mayhem.
See, it's a common misconception that wall wasn't to keep us out; it was to keep you guys out. That's really what it was for.
Yeah, I'm sure that was the nursery rhymes they told you.
It wasn't even you guys; it was the Romans, I suppose. But hey,
I'm still waiting for my reparations from Rome.
I was just about to say, where's the reparations for the Romans? The Vikings, in my case, Shadow. There was Vikings. You were kind of responsible for some of that, were you not? The Vikings and all that kind of stuff.
Shadow, you owe Alan reparations.
You owe me some reparations. I'm happy to accept a remote control car or anything similar.
Hey, Guardian, good to see you, brother.
Hey, man.
Hey, Guardian.
Thank you for having me.
And according to Lena says, I'm scared of no law and order. Yeah.
Can I just say that Guardian loaded in like the final boss there? He's proper sat there. There's a sword next to him and everything. He came in. I thought, oh no, I'm at the final level.
I appreciate you too, Mark. It's good to see you, buddy.
It looks awesome, man. It looks awesome.
Yeah, it's all legal defensive measures for the exact topic as well. It's just pretty relevant, I believe.
Yeah, is that a longbow I see?
Yes, sir.
I've got my UK equivalent right here.
It's a spoon.
A wooden spoon. You can't use a metal one now. That's hardcore.
So, just a quick sideline and a funny story is that we're allowed to pretty much have any bladed weapons in South Africa as long as it's for demonstrative purposes. So, it pretty much allows us to even walk around in public with swords, axes, knives, pretty much anything like that. Primarily if it's for the reason of recording or doing anything for like media or anything like that. So a perfect excuse when I'm on patrol to take any sort of weaponry, such as the weapons that I've got, at the back here and additional others, is the fact that we do so to demonstrate on my YouTube channel. So it's a perfect reason for demonstration purposes, just for media, but it's quite interesting what you can get away with when it comes to that. What's that, Mike?
We used to have the same thing, Guardian. It used to be exactly the same because I was a reenactor, and we had it was Civil War era, so we had like cavalry swords and things like that. Now they've changed even that. Even reenactors have to have they call them peace clips, and basically your sword has to be cable tied into the scabbard, so you can't take it out in public.
Yeah, it pretty makes it technicality, right? When you actually need it.
Not fully authentic either, really. Cable ties on the Civil War.
It's kind of like in Scotland, it's traditional to have a knife in your sock when you're wearing a kilt to like a wedding or something. It's called a ski and do. And nowadays, like when I was a kid and I went to, weddings and things, you could get a real knife, a real ski and do, put in your sock. But nowadays, it's like plastic imitation ones and things like that. But, you wouldn't get in a bar now with a real ski and do, which... I've never heard of anybody being killed with one, but it's just one of those things they've introduced. They slowly but surely destroy your culture with these laws.
Right, and that's the problem as they shift and change them depending on their requirements from the top level. It's funny how Dios is sitting there with his Second Amendment, just quietly sitting there with the full rights of being able to protect himself or against the tyranny, which was why the Second Amendment was there. It's good to see you, Dawes.
They're trying to undermine that, by the way, over here. Like they're trying to roll out every step they can. Like, let's just say, heaven forbid, tomorrow I actually had to use the Second Amendment for real. And I've been in at least one legitimate situation where I almost did, and like shit you not, like it's nothing like what they portray in the movies, man. It's just like, oh my god, like I don't want to drone on about that, but I'm just telling you, like right now, man, like I started drinking right then and there, like that very same day after that. No, I'm dead serious. Like I was like 4.5 years like stone cold turkey sober, and I went right back to drinking right after that. But anyhow, no, like heaven forbid I actually have to use it tomorrow, and they're calling in a grand jury. They don't call in a proper jury of your peers. The prosecutor will select whoever they feel will get the prosecution to actually stick. So they'll purposely go out of their way to pick people that don't have any firearms experience or any business around firearms, and really fully understand or respect, self-defense laws. Yeah, like I could very well find myself in a jury, being tried and judged by a jury of my quote unquote air quote peers, and I could still be found guilty, even if I was in every sense of the form, law abiding, legal. Like I didn't do, I didn't cause the problem, and I did, exercised every last bit of restraint to try to avoid the conflict. I could still be tried. I mean, the one case in my mind that still sticks was what happened to Kyle Rittenhouse 5 years ago. Like classic example. Like I said, he tried to avoid. He tried to get away. He tried running to the police lines during Summer of Love, and they still ambushed him, and he still went through a grand jury trial, and he barely got out of that one because they were going to convict him. Like, I don't know, I think he was like looking at 20 years at least.
Yeah.
You guys have got jury selection that's done tactically by lawyers, I think. But it's done on both sides, isn't it? The defense and the prosecutors select
they could dismiss certain jurors and then more
Yeah.
come in from like a
Yeah.
pool of jurors.
Yeah. In the UK, it's done randomly via the electoral roll.
In the UK, it's rare that you can get judgment by your own peers, even though you're supposed to be able to demand it. It's usually a magistrate, and you're just at their mercy.
That's crazy.
I was-
Such legislation around it.
In some cases, that's almost better than being judged by a jury or peers. I'm not saying that's true in all cases, but
Not when a lot of
Yeah.
the judges / magistrates are on the government agenda. So when that comes to something like we're seeing in this country, like you've tweeted the wrong thing, or you've said something bad about the government, or
Yeah.
you've said something about a protest, then if it's not a jury of your peers, it's one guy. That's why they're throwing the book at people. That's why people are getting longer for a tweet than they are for a hit and run.
Shenanigans.
Madness.
Yeah. Shadow, if I can ask you, so very good topic for this evening, very interesting.
Yeah.
What would be like some of the introduction kind of overview around this topic? What would you recommend to people when it comes to the best way, obviously while sticking within the confines of, well, the law and order would be missing in those situations, but what would be your recommendations, starting off as well on our side?
Well, in a scenario like this is basically a post-collapse when everything is gone basically, and there is groups of people who tag along and stay with each other, and each group set up their own rules and
bylaws, their own bylaws.
and their own laws, because when you visit another settlement, they have a different laws than your settlement have. So
that's an interesting point. So that each like section and each basically, because there will be many communities that rise up. Like,
yeah, exactly.
Team scale, yes.
I have a couple of notes. Huge. I have got a lot of things, but the angle for this topic focuses purely on the sociological and ethical aspects of survival, not just the tactical ones. How do you govern, resolve disputes, and maintain a functional society without becoming the very thugs you fear? And we have some key points as well. The community charter, drafting a simple, clear, pre-agreed upon set of rules for your immediate neighborhood group, covering resource sharing, defense responsibilities, and crime punishment. Dispute resolution, training in nonviolent communication, arbitration, and meditation to de-escalate conflicts before they require a violent response. Counterintelligence and vetting, establishing a secure method for vetting newcomers and maintaining situational awareness of external threats without relying on surveillance technology.
That's a big one. Yep, go for it, Alan.
No, I was just going to say, like, I'm trying to think this through, because I mean, those topics which we'll get onto, there's a lot to each one of those things. But I think if it was genuinely the case, we were in a post-apocalyptic type scenario, and that's happened in a period of time. There's three things I would want to do as quickly as possible. I think the first one would be I want to be involved as quickly as possible in any collective group who are deciding these things.
Yeah.
I don't want to just stand back and wait for a group to form to then impose its laws that they've decided on me. I want to try and be in there as quickly as possible. So that goes a long way to the try and create the mag, if you like, as quickly as possible and incorporate the law and order part of it. I think the other thing as well would be to try and push for it to be democratic. So push for the idea that a group of people in this mag democratically decide by vote maybe how each of the
Yeah.
rules is going to be enforced. That way you don't end up with some crazy little dictator who just overpowers the group, because you're always going to get one guy leading to the top and sort of enforcing everything, you know? Yep.
Well, I was going to say that it's a double-edged sword with something like that, though. I'm just going to say, like, just remember, you know, tyranny by the masses is still tyranny. You know, like pure democratic, you know, ways of going about things is not. You know, like I said, you could still have, you know, you could be the one guy that's on the street that's very well prepared, and you got a bunch of other neighbors that are not prepared, and they're all voting, hey, well, let's just go ahead. We're going to collectively agree. We're going to take everything that's out of this guy's house.
But
You know what I mean? That kind of thing.
What you've got to ask yourself is, what's the opposite of not having it democratically decided? The opposite would be that they just do that anyway and nobody decided.
Right. So,
Yeah.
but for me, this it's situational dependent, obviously, like everything is. But my mindset on this is somebody able to take charge should instantly take charge, because people panic, people don't know how to get organized.
Yeah.
For me, forming a community, what would happen was you'd come in with your expertise, right? If Alan, you were an expert on hunting and game, yeah, you would be the guy on hunting and game, and you would form as part of like a central kind of council of people, experts in their field. If somebody came in who'd done a bit of hunting, they wouldn't form part of that. They would just be under you, as Alan would be in charge of them, so on and so forth. So it would start for me as a quote unquote dictatorship, but it would develop into more of a democratic council based on people's skill sets. We've got somebody in charge of security, we've got somebody in charge of this, and that delegates down. That then becomes 5 or 6 people, 10 people, whatever it is, who then can discuss major decisions after that. But to instantly let somebody in and have a vote that has either no idea, or they are still thinking society is like it was, and they want to do stuff that's going to compromise everyone else and things like that, it's going to be difficult. You're going to be fighting on all fronts there.
I think you could still have a leader of any one of these given groups.
Yeah.
There can still be a person who's the spokesman or the ultimate decider.
The final say. The final say. Yeah. I was going to say, at some point in time, it will have to get autocratic, but like I can see where Mike is going with that. Like I said, in the book Patriots, actually, they kind of discussed some of that stuff. Hell, there's another book. It's actually called Equipping Modern Patriots. Again, talked about different department heads, who's in charge of what. And then, like I said, I know in Patriots, they talked about cross-training people. But you could have like your tactical coordinator guy, and like when we need tactical needs right now because we got to defend the group, well, that's when the debating stops, and that's when actions need to be met. But I'm just going to say, from a small dictatorial point of view, I'm not saying that this is the way it needs to be, but I'm just saying, if you do have in a setting of like, you know, you got your one chief and you got all your braves, all your Indian braves, you know, the one plus side of that is that even though that chief, he's the guy who's got the, you know, he's the final word, he's the final say, he's the final representation of the tribe. At the end of the day, he suffers with the tribe. The tribe's not thriving. He's suffering with them. So it's kind of the plus side. So he's really down to earth to the, you know, the needs of the people, if you know what I mean. And if he screws up too many times, makes too many wrong calls, well, his tribe could very well turn on him, and there goes his dictatorship. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I think there's a difference between leadership and dictatorship in the fact if you surround yourself with all the spoils of war and they're getting bread and water, then you're asking to be toppled, right? But if you're just leading by example in everything you do, you're down there, you're getting your hands dirty, you're mucking in, then that commands a respect as it is anyway. So it's respect should be earned no matter what level you're at. So in my opinion, so.
Good point. Yeah.
It's been my observation though, and like I said, this is even in polite society. There's always those ones, they want to be in charge. They want to be in charge just for the fact that they've got power to wield and power to lord over people's heads like the sword of Damocles, but they don't know what the hell they're doing. Like they've got like we were saying, the actual leadership qualities. They've got none of that. All they want, is just the spoils of war, like you just mentioned. You've got people like that right now that collect welfare.
Yeah.
There's also an element of grandiose narcissism. So there's different types of narcissism, right? And obviously, grandiose narcissism is where people will always prefer, certain individuals as well in society will always prefer, like everybody's got a little bit of narcissism to them to some degree. If you had to really have like a full downgrade of like your psychological, mindset as mentality as a person, you'd find that there are certain, just tendencies close to them, if not full narcissism, but close to it. And the thing is that for grandiose narcissists, what they'll often do is they'll just genuinely want the appraisal and the approval. But it's as you're saying, Dios, where sometimes like they'll be lacking in those skill sets. And then if you lean on Mark's philosophy to actually have that council where you have people that are specialists within their area, and then each of those leaders are also doing the dirty work and getting their hands dirty consistently, they're actually showing and proving why they are the leadership and why they're in that specific, because it's all about rapport, and then not just rapport, but credibility. Because if a person is able to earn the credibility amongst their peers in that specific, if it's the hunters as well, if you've got a couple of people that are out there hunting specifically, some people that are fishing, some people that are more on your lines of defense and for scouting, you need to have like a pragmatic approach to it. And often the best way to do so and genuinely how to survive in a logical sense is the way that people have done so in the past. So to like kind of analyze where they've been successful in the past and realize that that's kind of the best, road to follow when you're doing that. And it does come down to, that's why Knights of the Round Table over there in Europe, that was a legitimate thing. It wasn't just a make-believe. That is one of the most successful, during the medieval times, one of the most successful nations that existed through that era. And even within Rome, you have a similar kind of construct. So yeah, I think it's important to look at those aspects and just realize that law and justice.
And this gets me asking another question. Okay, this gets me asking another question. Okay, and this is still same direction. Okay. What happens? You get somebody that the group collectively agrees. I guess this is going to be our de facto. But you got your naysayers, you got your little clique, you got your cluster of hens or whoever, the narcissists, and they're like, I should be leader, and they're sitting there sowing seeds of distrust and trying to get the group to turn like. Now what do we do? Like I know I maybe I'm jumping a little too far ahead on the topics, but it's similar. It's still a similar path. What we do with the ones that are trying to destroy the group from within.
It would be goodbye. You could start your own community over there. It would. I mean, the thing is, it's as much as we don't want to say it. In peace times, it would have to be ruthless when it came to tolerance. There's no 3-strike rule when it comes to that. Sedition and stuff like that would have to be squashed out very quickly. One of the other factors of that, I think, as well, would be the illusion of authority that they held before SHTF. You imagine that you've got the local mayor who lives in your area. He will automatically think.
The local HOA Karen president.
Yeah. So you get that as well. So things like that would have to be stamped out. I mean, I'm sure we'll talk about how people could punish, as it were, for want of a better word, anything like that. I'm not sure. It's a difficult topic that we've spoke about before when it comes to communities and how you would deal with that. But I'm kind of the thinking, if it is that kind of SHTF really Teotihuacan situation, you couldn't be as tolerant as you'd want to be of people like that, unfortunately. Yeah,
because we were a little bit on the subject about mags, but realistically, I think a lot of us were not going to be in a mag as much as a lot of us would like to be. Realistically, if the balloon goes up, we're going to be in an ad hoc group, whether it be our neighbors or coworkers or whatever,
Yeah.
And especially if it's like a neighborhood setting, like going to have a hard time trying to banish somebody. You need brute force. You'd have to give them no alternative. Like, you need to get the hell out of here. You have to force them from their own homes, because at that point, like I say, it's one thing if we're a mag, but then you got a little bit of discontent in the mag and you got people trying to sabotage from within, like, yeah, it's easy to eject them, but like, you know, like you're saying, you got your cul-de-sac. How do you eject somebody from the cul-de-sac? You know,
I mean, yeah.
that's
Like I say, it's very difficult. I think everyone's gonna. You're right, Dios. When people talk about mags, and we've got like a network community, and don't get me wrong, if it all hit the fan, I'd love it for all of them people to be together. But in reality, your mag is whoever you end up with, right? You
yeah,
know, you could be on holiday, you could be somewhere else, you could be just in your neighborhood and nobody else is nearby that you know. When it comes to somebody who lives there, I don't know. It's difficult because I think if we're talking, what are we talking? Are we talking 6 weeks into it? Are we talking 6 years into it? I
Yeah.
don't think your house would be your own after the first year
See
or
Yeah.
6 months. See, nobody would have their own house, as far as I'm concerned, in
yeah,
my community. It would all be shared space. So
the thing that concerns me wouldn't. I would be less concerned by the narcissist in the group. I would be more concerned because narcissists always want, praise. They're always looking to please. Usually, they don't actually have the skills that they're projecting, but for them, it's all about feedback and approval. The psychopath is the person that you want to be concerned about because they're not necessarily interested in praise and approval. They're simply just interested in pain for pain's sake or outright control. I mean, you guys must have read Lord of the Rings, not Lord of the Rings, Lord of the Flies. Yeah, or at least
I
seen the
listened to
movie.
the audiobook. I listened to the audiobook. I read it in high
Yeah.
school. I listened to the audiobook. I watched the black and white film. It is
It's
a great, concept to study, human nature at its most basic form.
absolutely. I mean, it's a fantastic book. I mean, of course, it's fiction, but anybody who's not read that, I'd advise them to go and read it, the old version of it, because that's a microcosm of how I think most societies would end up being.
Yes.
The fact that it was children on an island, for anybody who doesn't know, children are shipwrecked on an island, and they form a little group where they've got one little kid who's
Little
good at setting
tribes.
fires. Yeah, they've got a little tribe. Well, it starts off as one tribe, remember, because they're collectively
Yeah.
there. And they go by the philosophy of, well, we're all good at different things. Let's do those different things. Remember, you've got the one character who was good at fishing. You've got that one little kid who was good at setting fires with his glasses, who, it doesn't go well for him after a while. And, you've got the charismatic leader who does all the speaking. But eventually, the more sociopathic other kid forms his own little group, and then it becomes two tribes at war with each other.
Yeah.
Great book. But that really is a bit of a microcosm, I think, for how societies have been in the past and probably would be again in the future if something like this was to happen. I mean, it's okay to say, like, we have to be hard on people who we think are a bad influence on our group and we have to expel them or banish them or do some other punishment. But who's deciding this? What if the banishment, the punishment for what if it's just you took an extra mouthful of soup? What if it's you weren't quick enough at chopping firewood? Now we're banishing people for that. And you can see how it can exponentially sort of get to a point where it's a bit crazy. And another fine example of this is ships, as in like the old sailing ships, the Royal Navy and all that kind of stuff. They were a little microcosm on themselves of how to govern, a group of people who all had strong personalities and they all had different skills. But they had a society-based network where they had a leader. They had
I was going to say ultimately with a naval ship, whether it be we're talking Royal Navy, or we're talking like a maritime, what the hell you call it, merchant marine. In that society, it's technically an autocratic society because the captain, the skipper, he's the one who makes the final calls. Yeah, you got your executive officers, you got your junior officers, but like ultimately, he's the one that makes the final call and everything. He's the judge, jury, and executioner. He's the guy who makes the determination what the punishment's going to be for that one crew member that decides that he's not going to play by the rules, or he's going to disobey direct orders from his superior officers.
But he's not a dictator. This is the key point. There is a mechanism in place to overrule a captain of a ship if that captain was to suddenly become a bit crazy or do things that was harmful to the ship overall. There's a mechanism in place, and I'm not talking about mutiny. There is a mechanism there where he has a second officer or a first officer, whatever they call it.
The XO executive officer. Well, I don't know what the Brits would call it, but like in U.S. Navy's terminology, the second in command is the executive officer, and then the most senior guy, as far as enlisted is concerned, he's the consultant called the chief petty officer of the boat or the cob.
Yeah, I think if you wanted to even dig into that rabbit hole a little bit deeper, you could actually look at how pirate ships worked, because they're not part of a military, they're not part of an organization. Yet they had law and order. It wasn't Pirates of the Caribbean all the time.
Yeah,
they had a system of law and order on their ship where they had.
But this goes back to what I was saying, especially when you're bringing up the pirates. Okay, this goes back to what I was saying. If the captain is not taking care of his crew's needs, that's when the crew is going to turn on him. Well, same goes for the tribes. And like I said, maybe I shouldn't have said dictator, but I was saying like I'm referring to Native American tribes, by the way, Native Indian American tribes. If the chief was not looking after the needs of his group, and I understand these groups are pretty small, they're like under 200 people. We're talking like 100 to 150 people. And this kind of helps because the chief has to, the chief, or in this case, the pirate captain, he has to lead by example. And like you said, he has to be in the thick of it. He has to be, getting his hands dirty too. But, this kind of helps keep him grounded in reality. Okay, now I know what the temperature of the group is feeling. Okay, now I know what we need, or okay, the needs are being met. Everybody's happy. We're good to go. Or, something needs to change,
People in that situation naturally follow somebody with a plan, somebody with charisma, and somebody with confidence. So as long as you project all of the above and you have their best interests at heart, I don't think there'd be a need to call the sergeant at arms. But when it comes to me setting up a community after the fact, the first thing in place would be security and some loyal friends that have your back in that case.
Yeah, there's actually a study as well which shows that certain uniforms that project authority, people automatically have a gravitas towards them. And the one where the main study was done was on people with white lab coats. Literally having a white lab coat, a person wearing that, telling you something medical or something like that, or scientific, people automatically believe that this person must know what they're talking about, or they have some sort of authority here because they kind of look the part. Therefore, I'm just going to pay more attention to what this individual has to say. And that's actually been gamed by, lots of people over the years.
Hey, everyone.
Sell products and things like that. Hey, man.
Hey, Mark.
Afternoon or evening or morning. Depends on where you're at.
Afternoon over here.
It's everything that's across the board.
Welcome to the Aquatic News Network. Good to see you.
Welcome in, Chef. Lovely to see you, bud.
Yeah, I was going to say the Greeks, like the ancient Greeks, the reason why their soldiers dressed up in the headdresses and everything like that on the helmets, they wore matching, bronze armor. Is like it was to instill shock and awe into the enemy's eyes and everything like that. So that's the other part that a uniform can play is shock and awe, and like you can portray the image of, oh geez, these guys got their shit together. Probably better not mess around with these. I'm just talking from the aspect of the outsider groups that might try to, see what's worth taking.
Oh yeah, I mean it's the painted face concept as well. The war paint, and you talk about sort of like Indians or Native Americans. They had elaborate headdresses which were, not just for imposing purposes, but also it was an indicator of rank within their group. We have the same thing in the UK, and in past times as well, where
with the pygmies.
Lots of elaborate sort of dress codes and things like that indicated
You're
rank
talking
and
about them
stab.
bloody pesky Celts with the face paint and drinking the blood of the dead.
Oh, well, the Vikings had their fair share of face paints and blood drinking. Shadow could probably elaborate on that.
Yeah. Hey, fun fact: William Wallace did not have blue face paint. They did not do that back then. They also didn't wear kilts because the kilt hadn't been invented at that point. But hey, small details and all that.
Stop
think there's a
ruining
lot
the
of,
movie for everyone, Alan.
I never watched Mel Gibson's Braveheart movie for the historical accuracy.
Historical
Okay.
accuracy. I wish a lot of people in this country didn't do that, but unfortunately they do.
Well, I think that there's a lot that the movie didn't put in about, like, if you speak about heroism and the reason why they, pictured him the way that they did, and the reason why he goes down as a legend throughout the history books. Really, I believe that there's a lot to that the movie didn't encapsulate when it comes to some of the acts and some of the deeds that he did to be in that position as well, and the trials that he went through, and the grueling elements of that as well, and just kind of testament to people that are thrown into a rough situation and they're able to climb themselves out of it and become better for it and actually be leaders of men. I think that when it comes down to leadership, and we were speaking about earlier, and if we're speaking about law and order, that is unfortunately sometimes those people that get into positions of power, that want the positions of power, that actually shouldn't always really be in those positions either. Unfortunately, that's sometimes how it goes. Like if you look within politicians, of course there are politicians that try to actively do good within their community for the sake of doing good, and I believe that that is the case sometimes, but unfortunately also the opposite is true. So this comes down to, I don't know, just trying to really better your community. And when it comes down to forming a mag or forming a society in this kind of way, already what you're doing, and I've said it plenty of times because it really is what I absolutely believe, which is that as things are what they are right now, like in your local communities, you should try and be don't be too trusting, because we all understand that there are people that are out there just to try and do others in a way, but definitely try to engage within your community and try to be as positive as an attribute as you can where you can, because right now when it does come down to things falling apart, it's going to be too late to then all of a sudden be like, let's all make friends with everybody and try and form a mag when there was no existing relationship in the beginning. You're going to really start to lean on those relationships that were formed prior to SHTF. So when it comes to justice and law and any organizational skills whatsoever, and you've also got to remember that even though you need to be cautious of people, sometimes people that are struggling right now, that are out there within your local community, within your area, that have been struggling for a long time, whether that be sleeping on the street or homeless or whatever the case is, they've been living in an SHTF already right now in the present day. So sometimes they gain strength from that. And if things really were to fall apart, don't not be friends with people because of their economical status. But obviously, it just comes down to, no matter where you are within society, just be cautious of every single person out there. Trust very few people. It definitely helps a lot, because you'll avoid a lot of drama down the road.
Yeah, and I have still have a lot of notes.
Great.
I want to mention, okay, that is prepping for a justice vacuum. The justice vacuum is the long-term complete dissolution of effective civil and legal authority. Police, courts, government, record-keeping, enforceable contracts. Survival in this scenario depends not just on defense, but on creating a legitimate, trustworthy, and fair system to govern your community and resolve internal and external conflicts. Number one, the social prepper kit, building consensus. A physical stockpile won't save you if your group disintegrates from internal fighting or ethical failure. Your social preps must be done before the crisis hits. The community charter, the code. Action. Draft a simple, non-legislative document that outlines the group's core values, rules, and procedures This must be pre-agreement signed or verbally ratified by all adult members. Content, focus, clear, non-negotiable rules for resource theft, violence, defense duty, rotation, and expulsion procedures. It must define what constitutes a crime and what the consequences are. Conflict resolution training, practice nonviolent communication, and basic meditation and arbitration skills. Appoint and train a few individuals to act as impartial judges or meditators. Goal: to solve 90% of disputes, resource disagreement, property line issues without resorting to threats or violence, thus maintaining group cohesion and preventing power grabs. Yeah, that was one part of it, at least.
That speaks a lot to the topic that we were covering now. Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, the rule sets, what I was mentioning before, it's something I've looked at, and I think you could sit there and write an entire law book for the ideal prepper community, which ticks every little box. But I genuinely think it is a case of keep it simple, stupid. Don't make it hard to follow. This should be something that could go onto an A3 chalkboard at the gates of your community. Yeah, you don't need to go into vast detail. Think old school, think 10 commandments, think thou should not kill, thou should not commit adultery, thou shalt not steal, etc. The very, very basics, without going into finite detail of anything else. I think Scottish prepper who comes on mine said his only rule would be don't be an arsehole. So that's very vague. But what I'm saying is don't, the exercise, Shadow, you mentioned there about writing down laws and stuff like that, keep that as simple and as basic as possible.
Simple bit, and because otherwise, if you make it too complicated, people won't understand the rules.
And keep it as in line with the rule of law now as possible, like murder, stealing, stuff like that. The stuff that's formed the fabric of society for thousands of years.
Yeah.
You just don't have to go into the detail of, if Alan uses too much of the soap, then he has to pay the soap tax, and then he has to give an extra piece of, don't go into all that kind of detail and stuff like that.
You have to be wearing blue underwear on Thursdays.
Yes, exactly.
It's non-negotiable.
Yeah. Actually, it's pink on Thursdays, but I'll let you off this time, Gios. You're all right.
The overcomplication of laws is why we end up with lawyers. Even way back in the biblical times, lawyers are there because more and more of these laws keep getting added to statute books, and then eventually nobody can bloody interpret them, and then you need somebody who specializes in these laws to be able to explain them to people and use them against people, and that's why that happens. But I think right at the onset of something, the only one thing you can do before you start laying ground rules down is quickly identify a few other people who are like you and have the same values as you and ultimately want the same thing, which is probably just protection for themselves and their family, food, water, and shelter. And that's kind of it. I'm sure I could find 4 or 5 men in my street that share those values. We get together and we say, look, I don't care what you do as a living. I don't care. I don't want to be in charge of anything. You don't want to be in charge of anything. But we've got kids. We've got families. We have needs. Let's provide each other with protection, literal protection of each other in order to try and achieve these things. And then it will expand out from there. And that's kind of where you get, you see it in other places where law and orders fell before, where you get these people who group together and form a self-protection sort of neighborhood watch, but then you also get the other group of people who are just looking to take, which are your gangbanger type people, and you're going to have those two forces. Yeah, and the warlord types, and that's a natural product of society collapse. That's what that is, or the collapse of law and order. Even in our countries, wherever you see law and order take a bit of a downturn, of course, you see people take advantage of that, usually in inner cities, gang, the streets of LA or New York or London or Birmingham or wherever, or Glasgow, the less law and order is there, the more the vacuum is filled by people who try to take advantage of it. But you do eventually see communities come together and try and stop it themselves. And that is something you also see in a lot of these places. And you definitely see that in neighborhood watch societies and other groups. And, places where it's happened on a more extreme level, places like Northern Ireland and stuff. Law and order was very shaky in Northern Ireland for a lot of years, but the communities in those areas formed their own little network of how to deal with things. Some of it good, some of it bad.
I agree with you to the extent, except for the lack of leadership thing, because I think there's always going to be somebody, that group of 6 men that might seem to want the same values, there's always going to be somebody that thinks they deserve a bit more, or they did a bit extra, or they...
Oh, yeah, like the pigs from Animal Farm.
Yeah, and it's always going to be the case. So I think a natural leader must emerge to maintain a level of law and order in most societies.
Yeah, I think a natural leader would probably emerge anyway. And when I've just been at work, for example, and I get put in a little teams of people, work colleagues, I do quite manual jobs usually. There seems to always be that one guy who kind of steers the direction of the group. And it's not entirely based on his skills per se. It might just be the oldest, frailest bloke there, but he kind of knows what he's talking about. And everybody's willing to sort of just say, hey, let's just let him sort of deal with it and do the thinking for us. And he then becomes the natural leader.
The loudest one.
Sometimes, yeah. But I mean, humans are a species of animals that require leadership. Generally, we don't really have a natural system where everybody's just equal in all places. That system just doesn't work. That like ultra communism type thing or ultra diversity or whatever, it doesn't work. It doesn't work for a reason, because it's just not part of our evolution. We've always formed into little cliques, into little groups or tribes or whatever you want to call it, and from that you get leaders and law and order and stuff like that. My concern trying to initiate that early on, or establish what that is early on, you'll immediately get conflict, because you'll immediately get people who say, well, I think I'm that leader. Of course I'm that leader.
Yeah, that's what I was saying with the subversion and all that.
I mean, can you imagine, like, the thing with, like, survivalists and preppers, for example? We think about these kind of things all of the time, and we run through what we think we would do. Now, could you imagine all of us together in one place? You would think that would be a fantastic idea, because I've
already seen firsthand, like especially on the online side, I've already seen communities just fracture over, like, in the grand scheme of things, just really, trivial matters. But they fractured. The fractures do exist. But I've also thought to myself, well, maybe we could come together, but it'd just be better if we all stay as separate groups and we come together to unite against a common threat or a common problem. But then we go and split back off. That's like the only way that I could really see the workaround.
Yeah, that is true. And you're speaking about leadership as well. I believe that there's a lot more that you can sometimes do when you're not leadership. I think that leadership, your hands up and ends up getting like tied up pretty quickly in terms of actually managing and solving problems within certain groups as well, within certain like social dynamics. So it does come down to believing that my preference is not leadership as well. Like, it's something where I genuinely believe that just on a personal basis, we've all got our own different strengths, but I really believe that there's a lot more in communicating on like a different type of level when it comes to people, and understanding their hearts as well, and understanding like how to be like a friend to a lot of people. I don't always want to like try to understand people too much, because there's a lot that we don't understand, and you can't always assume that you know something about the person or that you know where a person's coming from. So just the ability to kind of listen to what people's problems are as well, that's genuinely something that I absolutely enjoy doing, and I don't think that you can really do so consistently while you're being in a form of leadership. And that's why I definitely believe that the skill sets that I've specifically tried to hone are like around fitness and self-defense and scouting. I've been in the scouting movement for an extraordinarily long time throughout my life as well. Like I've always kind of leaned on that. And I think that just those skills and capabilities that you learn and that you're able to teach other people as a teacher within that as well is really important. Just to go back for a second with Northeast, NE Victoria, Australia, what NE Victoria was saying as well about, struggles and sometimes how a person's able to get through certain scenarios and that as well, and what you're able to do really, and I was going to type it into as a comment, but you definitely learn to be frugal in a lot of ways, and you learn to value things that, you value the small things and look for silver linings, and you really learn that we have an abundance in today's society that isn't always necessary, and a sense of minimalism can actually be really powerful. Being able to enjoy the smaller things in life and being able to really thoroughly be cheerful at times where you may be, struggling when it comes to economy, or there may be a lot of little gaps in your financial, brackets. And I think across the world, everybody's kind of struggling united right now, to some degree. I know that a lot of people are experiencing just hardships. And I think that those hardships have almost prepared us for, times of strife.
Yeah. And if you're a large group, okay, what the best thing is, you choose between 5 or 6 elder people. They will form a council for the whole group. They will be the ruling per people for the whole group, and they are responsible for the law and order. They are responsible that the group has food, water, first aid, and things like that, okay? But here's the kicker. And you have always one leader. It's always that way. And
one guy who makes the final call.
Yeah, but here's the kicker with that. You have a rotation on the leadership. So one guy might sit for 1 year, and then you rotate to the next guy who sits for have their leadership.
So like
for
leadership terms, like term limits or something like that.
That prevents someone get power hungry and get rogue, okay? Because they know they sit for 1 year, okay, and then after that it's the next one.
I feel like you're always going to come across that one that doesn't want to relinquish that, and some people might naturally be better than others. The biggest flaw with our current democracy here is we have 4-year stints, and places like China and Russia have unlimited time to put things in place and get things done. If you've got a year as a leader and the person that comes in next has different ideas, that a lot could be undone as well as done. You would have to find very similar people on very similar wavelengths, I think, for that to work. Just playing devil's advocate there, that's all.
Hopefully you're not doing it when your terms and when your intervals, because then that infers that whatever's going on is taking we're talking like a prolonged, protracted event that's not going to correct itself for at least a decade, maybe longer. Like hopefully it's just we'll start off doing like 1 or 2 month terms, what we're talking about.
Yeah, that kind of also, one of your key assets would be people having hope to return to normality, right? So if you're saying that, that's kind of destroying that side of things as well.
I think
it's basically saying nothing's going to come back.
I think the kind of systems of government that we're talking more about government more than law and order now, really, because you could go down the terms preference, which is kind of the way a lot of democracies run it. The United States is famously a very democratic place where we have elections for basically everything. The UK is a constitutional monarchy, You know, so we have elected officials for 4 years, but they're not actually the head of state. And, you know, the beauty of monarchy, constitutional monarchy at least, is they have legacy, long-term legacy. So it's in their interest to act in the best interests of people long-term, because they're trying to project themselves as going down in history perceived in a certain way. They're not interested in short-term gain or power like politicians are. You know, that's why you see in France, for example, where they have a presidential system and a local sort of prime minister, they're always fighting with each other and they can never agree on anything, and it's bloody chaos. I would argue that's because they got rid of their constitutional monarchy, but obviously that does work for a lot of other countries. Communist type running like they have in China, they do change leader now and again. I don't think in the long term that will work in their benefit. I think it works for what we would consider to be a long term, like 40, 50, 60 years. I don't think it works much longer than that, to be honest. And we've seen in other countries that follow that kind of principle, like in Russia, with the old Soviet Union, it eventually kind of just eats itself, because the corruption there is just so easy to obtain, because what you end up with is a deep state that just feeds itself continuously off one single party. And that doesn't really go anywhere. What Shadow was talking about,
combined with the black markets, that's the other downfall of Russia too. You know, USSR.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and what Shadow was talking about were the idea of having elders who are in charge. That's the original concept. That was the Native Americans, for example. The chief was just some old frail bloke. Yeah. But he was there because they have a system in place where they have the elders are in charge, and they follow a lineage line where one person's in charge. We had the same thing in Scotland with clans, where the head of the clan was kind of like a monarchy almost. It almost worked the same way, but it wasn't quite that way, because it wasn't a birthright entirely. Other people could become clan leaders from outside of that clan, from what I understand. I think feudal England kind of had a similar mechanism there as well, but that ultimately went up to absolute monarchy. Absolute monarchy is another system which is kind of just like dictatorship, but it's kind of like forever, like North Korea. I don't think that works, because eventually 50, 60, 70 years later, some other stronger family, overthrows that family.
Yeah, that or outside influence. You got outside influence. Because like a lot of people, they like to rule through indoctrination. What happens when you get an outsider? It's like, I'm just saying, for the hypothetical straw man, group, you get this outsider and it's like, no, this is how it is. This is how the world actually works, not what your leaders have been telling you. Your group leaders have been telling you. Things have improved. I don't know what. That's what I'm saying. It's all it takes is one outsider to unseat the whole thing. As far as that's concerned, if you've got one of the bad leaders that are trying to do horrible things in the group to maintain control and power for the sake of maintaining control and power.
And you can see where that's happened in the past as well. Sometimes successfully, sometimes unsuccessfully. An unsuccessful attempt at that, for example, was with the Bay of Pigs, where they tried to overthrow Castro, and they tried to put someone else in power by having a revolution, which was ultimately just the product of an outside influence. In that case, it was largely the United States and people within Cuba who wanted to overthrow that power dynamic, and that failed. But it has happened in other countries. You see it mostly in like little South American countries and things like that, where another person is put in place by overthrowing that leader, and then whoever helped overthrow that leader puts a person in place that's favourable to them. A puppet. A banana republic or something like that. Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out here. So we're talking about justice vacuum. We're literally talking about rebuilding a world or country government. I'm literally thinking about, I have a compound of acres, whatever you want to call it, and I have a few people in there, and then I have a few more. I mean, we're talking the things that we're talking about right now of, term limits and all that. Yeah, that's not going to happen within the first year unless you take over a city. But I don't think that's going to happen. You're going to be in your own little compound. And, you're not going to have the outside justice world to help you out. So you're on your own. And it'd be me, my family, and a couple other close families, and then maybe a few friends of those families that would, slowly start to just create our own little area. And we just need to have our own set of rules for stuff, especially for somebody that I don't know, that's a friend of a friend, a good friend maybe. And I take their word for it. It's like, oh, I know these people. I've known them for years. They're on the same mindset. That's great. As long as that family or that the person in charge of that family is not hell bent on becoming, the kernel of the compound, so to speak. It's like, it's my property. These are going to be our small set of rules. I'm not going to start setting up lawyers and all that crap because I don't think we need it at that point. These are food things and all that stuff. So, I'm listening to everybody talk. It's like, wow, we're literally trying to rebuild or talk about history to rebuild international societies.
Yeah,
like
we're putting this. We're trying to. I know we're talking grandiose scale, but we're trying to fit this in the neighbor, the local cul-de-sac, the local neighborhood, the local apartment block.
That would be like Indian tribes, way back, American Indians, from what we learned.
That was kind of some of the stuff that I was talking about too.
You have
tribalism.
We got the ShTF tribe, we got the Diorsi tribe, and we're not rival tribes. We just happen to live, in our areas that are reasonably close to each other. We may bump into each other.
We're allies.
Yeah, well, or neither. We're just neighbors.
I do have to point out that Native Americans spent a long time fighting with each other. They were not friendly to each other at all.
Well, that's fought over territories and that. I'm just saying, in general, compounds. My property and Diorsi's property happen to adjoin each other at a huge distance, and occasionally one of our would bump into the other. And you don't want to fight, just make a rule. It's like, hey, don't fight. And at some point, Diorsi and I would meet up somewhere and say, hey, when you see somebody on the other side of the fence, say, hey, Chef would like to meet Diorsi. Yeah.
Hey, I got to dip out. I'll be right back.
Right.
I'll be right back.
Yeah.
And then you get together and say, hey, this is what we do. This is what you do. I don't want any part of what you're doing. You don't, and that's when you start to gain relationships and that. And then maybe at some point, then you can trade and do stuff. You have to work into it. You can't just write a whole ton of rules in a book and just tell everybody here it is. Everybody has to come up with a plan, and that's where your Constitution and all that came from. That.
And I have also a second point for this topic as well. It's part of it. Number 2 is the internal security system. The goal is to maintain order while preventing the security force from becoming an oppressive regime. That means you need to create a defensive protocol, the watch. Establish a rotational watch system with clear documented rules of engagement. All able-bodied adults must participate to prevent the formation of an elite unchecked security unit. Equipment, standardized defensive equipment and communication protocols, having everyone use the same two-way radio channels and defensive signals. Accountability and vetting. Implement an open system for reporting misconduct by even the highest-ranking members of the group. Hold open community attend hearings for serious internal offenses to demonstrate fairness. Newcomer vetting. Develop a phased process for integrating new members, starting with a temporary residency and gradual resource sharing, ensuring their loyalty and skill set benefit for the collective.
Very good.
Hi, dear love. How you doing?
Good evening, everybody. Hi, Shadow. Thanks for having me on the show. Good evening, everybody. Everybody in the chat. Good evening to you all. Fascinating subject. It's like, creating a foundation all over again. If you don't have a good foundation, your house is going to crumble. And sadly, the foundation, people seem to be building on sand all the time. And when the sea comes along, it just knocks down the castle. And, rebuilding for absence of law and order and You know, whose law? Whose laws? You know, we've got all these different men fighting over different laws, and so whose law do we follow? Which law do we follow? You know, what is the right path? What is not the right path? And
I think
you know,
what Chef said in his comments, where he was saying, if it's like in my property, if it's in my house or my compound, sort of my property, my rules type thing. And I think from a microcosm point of view, that's a good place to start. I mean, it doesn't really matter what's going on outside or even in my street. You know, what happens in my house is my own thing, to start with at least.
Well, this is the problem, you see. Too many people have got my house here, my house there, my house over there, my house over there, and you know, we you know, who's I mean, whose house are we in?
I guess it depends on what we're talking about in terms of a compound. We're talking about a giant piece of property. We're talking about a neighborhood.
Yeah,
you know, and there's a million different scenarios, and yeah, we can go down the it's my house, it's my rules, it's my house. Fine, stay in your house, I'll stay in my house. Do your own rules, I'll do my own rules, but I'm not going to instill my rules on Dior's, and Dior's is going to instill his rules on me. So it's kind of pointless to go down that road.
I think everybody. I was just having a conversation with a good friend of mine, and we were talking about everybody has a part to play, and everybody has a skill, everybody has a purpose, everybody has a talent, and like Shadow was just saying, you know. Vetting new people, you know, how do you establish sort of rules and stuff like that? Well, for me, I search whenever I'm having a conversation with someone, the first thing I search for is that love, the compassion, the you know, the heart. That's what I look for, heart, you know, and not the heart for others as well, and not only the heart for others, heart for working together. I mean, on a building site, you don't just have one builder. You'll have a chippy, you'll have a carpenter, you'll have a plasterer, you'll have an electrician. You have different people that do different jobs. So if we try and establish, like, you know, obviously, if you've got a little community, you might have already established stuff, or you're trying to establish stuff. You've got to think about, if you start a new community, wow, what do we know? Seriously, guys. I mean, this subject, we can only kind of come up with some kind of ideas about what we as individuals might. Again, we're going back to that thing like the chef just said, well, my house, my rules, but we're talking about together, collectively. How do we, you know, start off a new system? But all I'm trying to say is, let's do it with love. That's all. That's all. It's so simple.
It's your beliefs, like my property, my compound, whatever. I have my family and my friends that are, you know, same mindset that have been there for years, and we all get together and say, fine, everything's falling apart. We know what we need to do. Let's start from scratch. And then somebody comes along and says, hey, you know, I have skills too. Well, that's fine. Skills are great. I'd like to know your beliefs. Are you like, you know, I'm not going to get into any particular religion or anything, but what are your beliefs on this? What are your beliefs on that? If they don't agree with mine, I'm just not going to let you in. And if I'm coming to your compound and I say, hey, I do this, that's what I believe in, and I don't like your beliefs, I ain't staying. I'll go find another place, because I don't want to, I'm not going to fall into somebody else regardless of what the beliefs are. If they don't fall in line with what I believe in, then I may just move on and find somewhere else.
I think as well, you know, I think people as well most people have got an understanding of what's fair. What's a fair thing to have happened? You know, if a decision has to be made, most people have kind of got a concept of what the fair outcome of that should be, I think.
Please proceed to the highlighted route, and then the route guidance will start.
Hey, Dior's, put your phone on mute.
Hang on, I got to back out because my Bluetooth disconnected again. I'm getting frustrated with this thing.
Yeah, I like that, Mark. I like what Mark said as well. If you know, and that's basically cutting out all the BS. I like that as well, because, you know, if I see that you're an antichrist, I'm going to be very wary of you.
Right,
Put it that way.
Like I said, I'm not just talking about religious beliefs. I'm talking about beliefs in general. I'm not going. Let's not go down any religious roads on
Well,
anything
that's
right
what
now.
you. No, but that's what you just did, not me. You see,
I
but
just said
you're
beliefs. Like
oh,
I
no, but
believe.
people too quick to assuming that it's all under religion and without having to, and they don't. You see, when people say that,
No, I'm talking about right now. I'm talking about our discussion, not how we
oh
do
yeah,
things.
okay, right.
I'm talking
Well,
about our discussion.
we're,
So
we're all
if
putting
you
in.
come to my property and you believe that you should only have to work 2 hours a day and still reap all the benefits of all the food and everything, yeah, guess what? You're not
Yeah,
staying.
yeah,
That's your
forget it.
belief. Go
Yeah,
find a
exactly.
place and do your own thing. That's the type of
Oh,
beliefs I'm talking
I'd
about here.
love to
Other
find
ones,
a
sure.
place where I could just work and help and chip in.
Those are
That'd be
personal
ideal.
beliefs. Yeah.
That's ideal.
I noticed that the one thing all of us at least seem to have in common is none of us seem to be of the opinion that we should look for some sort of law and order. We all seem to be of the opinion that we should be the ones trying to develop it.
Yeah, but
No,
I
we
think
can't.
you're at somebody else's mercy if you go look for it, right? Because you don't know what kind of law and order they've established. Like I say, the first
Yeah,
thing for
they
me
could be
would be
sacrificing children for all you know. All of a sudden, you've joined the group,
exactly.
and they're
Yeah,
like,
this
"Yeah,
looks like law and order.
we're going back to the old traditional beliefs where, like the Aztecs, where you sacrifice people for the gods and all that." And I'll be like, "Well, okay, I'm going to find another group, lads. See you later."
Well, yeah, if they let you leave at that point.
Yeah, well, they're going
Yeah.
to try. Well, when I get the axe out, they can try and stop me.
But I think, I mean, even that kind of system would have happened over many centuries. I can't imagine their first society had those kind of laws. That's just the
Well,
product
they're
of
doing it
years.
today. They're doing the
added
same
fix.
stuff today. They're doing it today, right in front of us. They're sacrificing people right in front of us. And if we try to put it under the carpet or sugarcoat it, then there's something wrong with us. And because if they're doing it, they're sacrificing people all day long, left, right, and centre, all around the world, right in front of us. I mean, what are we prepping for anyway? What do we prep for? Okay, it could be natural disasters. It could
Okay.
be.
My question to you is, what are you doing to stop it then?
What am I doing to stop it? How can I
Yeah.
stop millions of people that are just full of their own free will? You could tell them, hey guys, sacrificing babies ain't the way. But like Mike just said, well, maybe they might chase you out. Maybe they might not let you leave. Well, there you go. Why do you think I believe in God then? If there's such evils in the world, where there's people that might have kidnapped me and forced me into doing
Okay.
child sacrifice, what do you want me to do? Go along with it? No, thanks. I'm going to expose. You said do something about it. Expose it. It starts off with exposing it.
Yeah.
You start talking to people. You start exposing it, and it's down to people to. But so many people today are blinded. They're like, they believe the TV. Oh, I never heard the TV say that. The radio never said that.
This falls under what Guardian was saying. Was it Guardian that said it before? I'm sorry if I'm wrong, if somebody else said it, but it's about knowing that community and knowing them people first. So you know they're kind of on that same wavelength.
Exactly.
So you're not forming a community so get out and know your neighbours now at this stage, so you know
Well,
they're
it's
not
good.
sacrificing
Exactly.
a goat.
I'm getting to know who's. Yeah, we're getting to know who's who by having this conversation.
Off topic, I became a granddad today, guys.
Oh, well done.
Oh, man. Congrats, Mark. Congrats, brother. Yeah, dude, that's one of the most precious things, dude. Like they say that kids, you love kids with your heart, but that grandkids live within your heart, obviously. There's like a difference to it because, I mean, you obviously cherish them so much and you realize it's the next generation.
How old are you,
coming
Mike?
up, so.
How old?
Sorry, Guardian. How old are you, Mike?
41.
Wow. Congratulations, man. And may you multiply more.
He will.
Wouldn't agree
and
with
may
you,
those
thank
arrows go far. May your arrows go far. You're the bow, remember?
That's it. Got my quiver.
I think it kind of goes back to what Chef was saying about I'll immediately establish if that person shares my values. And that's kind of just a cultural thing as well. Just generally, do they share my values or are they a complete nutcase? In which case, there has to be the opportunity for the person to leave, the community. If everybody in my street was entirely different to me, they what, you know, SHTF happened, and they decided, well, you know what, we kind of liked it back in the 16th century where they had the Salem witch trials type stuff. We're going to go back to that time. And I'm like, no, I think we should do something else. I should at least then have the ability to say, I think I'm going to bug out of here because it's obviously not going to work for me, even though I live here just now. The community has kind of overruled me, you know.
There's always
Okay,
there's always
well,
an
I've
option,
got
Alan.
I've got a little thought exercise for you for that. Okay, you can leave, but you have to leave all your stuff behind. That's the group says that you must leave your stuff behind.
Well,
Now
I mean,
what?
The
if that
long
was
walk off Judge Dredd. That's what you
Yeah.
get. The long
Yeah,
walk.
you're
I mean,
in your
but-
dreams that you're going to keep my stuff.
this is the problem with these groups of people who are establishing law and order, because that's then just an enforcement principle. So that's not really a case of I disagree with you, therefore I'm leaving. That's I disagree with you, I'm leaving, but they are also going to take something from me. So that's an aggressor. That's an aggressor then. You know, that's a kind of a different thing in a way. But you have to be able to establish pretty early on what your situation is, so that you can hopefully avoid that in some way.
Yeah.
It's a difficult one because it's entirely dependent on the exact situation, the exact scenario, and you know, there's so many variables. We're really just playing pretend if we say, well, I would do this or I would do that. Well, who knows? You know, it's one of those things. The one thing I've got going for me is, and I'll always say this, even though I come on these kind of chats, is because I don't consider myself a prepper, I'm not entirely dependent on stuff around me. You know, I don't have the mindset where I need the stuff around me to be able to get by in life. And the idea of, well, they're taking it all off me and I'm just going to head off it, you know, on my own. Well, at least I'm alive, you know. I'm not going to die for stuff. You know, I would die for people, but I'm not going to die for stuff. And, you know, some people would die for their stuff.
So there's a comment in chat as well, and I do agree with you, by the way, Alan. I absolutely agree with you. It's the most logical response.
And I'm going to be right back. I'm going to be AFK.
No problem, buddy. No stress at all. Yeah, so I do believe that that's still the most logical response, Alan. And then when it comes down to the comment that is made there, so Vanessa Kitty asked the question there, which is in SHTF, are you running to some large group of people? So I think that for the most part, you're never really, because there's so much of the proponent of luck, right? Luck is always such a big variable. Like there's so many variables that could occur depending on a person's situation at the time of the SHTF, what the SHTF is. There's so many different kind of situations that occur. Who is still in your quote unquote mag or group when things happen, because people move away, some people pass away. People time changes things, it shifts things. So there's no real way to dictate 100% that your actions would be able to follow certain suits of who you'd socialize and who you'd encompass, who you'd be able to have, around you, and the type of mag essentially that you'd be able to encompass. It's just I think that for the most part, when it does come down to certain scenarios, people will automatically kind of in desperate situations kind of band together. And it's seen in the past as well, the best way to kind of identify what the strongest probability of the future of occurring is to take a look at what's happened throughout the past, right? Yeah. And it's in the past itself that we can kind of learn and understand that that groups would be formulated by already current set friendships, which I was mentioning and that Mark brought up as well again there. Those friendships that you'd already have established would definitely, start to rely on each other a lot more. I think that because look, so a big question that you're going to ask yourself about running to large groups, just to quickly close up on my point that I want to make about it as well, is that essentially would you be looking at bugging out or bugging in? And the two differences as well, that whether the situation is so dire that you see that people are going to, start rioting, or there's going to be some mass social unrest, then unfortunately the case is bug out's a no-brainer, right? But it does come down to if things are slowly occurring, the highest probability for any SHTF, and I'll close with this quickly, and just the last point that I'll make on the statement, because there's enough people on the panel to give a lot of voices and that I will find you all interesting. The thing is that the highest probability of an SHTF realistically of occurring, I definitely have seen more and more hacks that have been occurring. Mike brought up a great shorts video when it came to like the hacks that have been occurring there in Europe at the moment as well. People are going to gain the capability to do that on a more of a mass scale. And if tomorrow morning you wake up and you can't use your card because the electricity's gone, because the grids have been turned off internationally, like that's the most realistic scenario that I possibly see happening for an actual SHTF, where the electricity grids have been like already, like a lot of the infrastructure that we've got at the moment relies on the electricity and relies on like the network being up. But if that had to be, terminated for some reason, that's the SHTF. So in a large group scenario, to sum up what I'm saying, it does depend on the variables of that specific scenario and who you would kind of, gather around. And that's why you've got to try and be a good person in the current world that we live in. Oh, Bob, good to see you, brother. Welcome in, Bob.
Hey, thank you. Oh, just got in from Florida.
Lovely. How was your trip?
That's not bad. It's only a 6-hour flight, so it's not bad.
All right. Did you have a good time?
Yeah, it not bad, not great, but the wife needed some beach time, so it's like it's windy and cold out on the beach. Go ahead, hon.
Yeah, that hurricane just went. What was it, Melissa or Melinda or something? Went whipping through.
Yeah, it went to Jamaica, then it went to Cuba, and I'm looking at that, going to the wife like, "Are you sure? Are you sure? Don't make it work." Anyway, we did okay, but Clearwater, Florida, small town.
You take pictures?
Oh yeah, I got lots of them, lots of pictures.
Nice. No, that's good. It makes those memories, that you can look back on, and it's easier to remember those memories when you have like a visual kind of, thing to actually look at and be like, cherished times. It's good to have you, Bob.
There's an interesting thing you said there as well, Guardian, when you were talking about groups of people bugging out. There is definitely a difference between people bugging out as individuals to go to a place and then groups of people where you're effectively refugees. Refugees have their own dynamic, and that is effectively just an SHTF situation where groups of people form bodies and they are collectively grouped together as refugees because in some sense that's the most natural and obvious thing to do. Everybody's following the same path, everybody has the same needs, immediate needs, and collectively it might be the case that it's easier to treat that many people. It usually is in conflict zones where if you have 1,000 people in a group, it's easier to say get baby formula, food and water to those people than it is if you had 1,000 people dispersed across a country. Like we were just mentioning Jamaica there. I've been following what's going on in Jamaica at the moment, and it's devastating what's happened there. I think 70% of the population is still without power. Jamaica's not a very big country, so that looks great. The problem with Jamaica is because it's not a very large country, they don't really have the means for large groups of refugees to all move to like Kingston, for example, where it's less devastated. They have to actually fend for themselves in these little rural villages and more rural towns, and they haven't got the power and the food networks and the logistics networks and stuff. And just today I was reading a thing where people in Jamaica are putting out a plea to say they're not getting enough aid from outside and they're demanding aid. They actually use the word demanding aid from other countries. It's like, well, I don't really see how you can demand aid, but we should be trying to send aid, definitely. But the fact that they're at a point where they're just hoping somebody sends them aid from another country is a terrible place to be. If I lived in Jamaica, I would certainly prep for the likelihood of something like this happening because it's not that unusual. But that's a long-winded way of just saying that sometimes bugging out as a refugee in a large group is probably the most practical thing to do, even though it goes against probably all of our instincts. I bet none of us want to be in a situation where we're in a big group of random people in a big train line of people, but they probably do come off better off, usually, in the short term.
You absolutely will. Strength of numbers is a real thing. Strength of numbers. If you can bring like your most 10 elite people that you possibly can, like a squad. I'm not speaking about Navy SEAL level because that's a different story completely. I'm speaking about like people that are relatively well trained, well efficient within their skill sets, that are fully capable in SHTF type scenarios, you can have 10 of those people compared to 100 of people that have very little skill. And even if you think that those 10 people are still going to prosper, sure, they'll take out a good number of those 100, but it does come down to that number. When you do have a good enough large amount of a group, you also have the likelier probability of people betraying one another, of people, being like deceitful to each other, of people doing each other in. I absolutely love Mark's, and just to refer you one more time, Mark, about the Halloween costume with Mr. Geen. I absolutely see that you don't want to have a Mr. Geen amongst 100, because you could.
No.
You know?
The group thing as well. I get what you're saying with strength in numbers. My only other caveat to that, Alan, would be a refugee group of people going across. They come across a finite resource, a 7-Eleven, a garage, something like that. That's still got some food supply in there. It's going to go nowhere. So that's where, in mass numbers, it's not going to be beneficial, right?
Well, I'll definitely let you speak first, Walt, survivalist, but I just want to add a little quick thing there after you.
No, I mean, I was just going to say, I mean, I wasn't really imagining the refugee train of people as sort of like moving locusts who are just plundering as they go along, like some sort of marching army. I mean, generally what refugees tend to do is they move away from one area of complete, where there's no resources there. They move to another place where it's relatively resourced, or at least is stable enough that resources logistically can get to them. And that's the kind of predicament I think most people would fall into, until eventually it could be, better supplied and things like that. But I mean, I wouldn't want to be a refugee either. That goes without saying.
Your whole town got wiped off the map.
Yeah.
Everybody that's left is now heading towards, I don't know, the biggest airport nearby.
Yeah.
In hopes that somebody's going to airdrop some supplies, so at least they can survive and then maybe work their way back slowly. I mean, yeah, you do have the other type like locusts that if there's nothing there and they move on and then they start getting hungry and mad and angry and violent, and yeah, you're going to have all kinds of other issues going on there. No law and order in place. Yeah, there's going to be probably localized law and order. Like if it was my airport and everybody's coming to me, it's like, yeah, you all can camp out outside the fence here. I better have my security guards keep an eye on everybody. And when the food gets here, we'll help let the people bring in the food, give it out. And you're going to have people trying to take all the food and stockpile it and hoard it and sell it and black market. Yeah, you got all the stuff we see and hear about and history shows. That's how a lot of times it happens in huge groups, thousands and thousands of refugees in one area. There's always going to be somebody that's going to force themselves into a control situation that I'm in charge and I'm going to give the food out and I'm going to take it all and I'll be the one that makes the decisions. And that would just be ugly. I'd stay away from stuff like that. I mean, unless you're, like Alan said, unless you have no choice, you're leaving your area.
There's a quick way to resolve. So the biggest problem that happens with larger groups, medium to large scale groups, is food. A lot of the time when you have a group of that size, you're speaking about coming across, certain stocks of food and having a certain limit of it, and then that limit being smaller. And I think that is a relevant point to make. However, I do believe that if you're capable and if you understand how to grow food yourselves in mass scale, if you know how to make cuttings off of fruit trees, for example, and I'm not saying that fruit's going to be in abundance, but I am saying that potatoes multiply much faster than you'd ever give them credit. Not just potatoes, but if you start making cuttings off of fruit trees and you start being able to root them, if you understand the cycle, so that the philosophy of multiplying food in a very fast and rapid way, you can actually multiply blackberry bushes just by moving them. Every single time I move a blackberry bush, there's always a little bit of the blackberry bush that sticks behind it. It becomes a whole new bush by itself. And in almost no time, you have abundance of them. Look at things like different mulberry trees are abundant in the amount of fruit that provide. A whole bunch of different berries can be utilized in terms of nutrition and making sure that there's variable nutrition as well. You can multiply cuttings extremely quickly, where you can have you can create multiple food forests for medium to large scale people. And when you have people with the capability to know that there is food security, the level of stress and anxiety and the probability of them turning on each other becomes a lot less likely. So the idea behind understanding how to mass produce food on a medium to large scale, a person can look at what people have done successfully, and wherever that has been done successfully throughout the past, what do you think the Roman kingdom was built on? Like the whole idea behind having sustainability and an enforcement to be able to defend that level of like food abundance is absolutely so strong, because when you have any other groups that would ever, rival against you, and you have a well-fed group of people who believe in what they're fighting for and that they have sustainability, that is luxury right then in an SHTF. So I'm just saying you should definitely know how to make a lot of food in a really quick time. There are certain foods that grow much quicker than others. Depend on those things like beans, tomatoes, potatoes. Then you can think about the cuttings, because they take 2 or 3 years, speaking medium to long-term SHTF. But for immediate, how do you grow those annuals as fast as you can? You start growing them now and specializing them now, so that you can absolutely teach that to other people. And then you can grow an abundant amount of food, feed your people, and then make sure that your people are all like together underneath that same understanding to defend that. So I'm just saying.
I have
on
number
the
3.
same sorry, I was just going to add to that on the same foot. That's why I've prepped for mass meal cooking as well, Guardian. So like I'm looking at cooking on bulk, so a community eats together as well, because that makes the most of what resources you have as well. I think it's
so smart, brother.
To a community.
Most
Love
tribes
it.
did that as well, and for good reason. It's that brings tribes together and makes it more, everybody's feeding into the same thing, quite literally.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I went to culinary school and learned that. I mean, yeah, I was feeding at working for one of the companies I worked for. I mean, we had 1,400 people that came through the lunch line every day, and it was a corporate environment. So we were cooking good food. So I had a lot of kitchen staff. I had lots of equipment. I had the knowledge to know, okay, we need this many of all these different things. And we ran out of something. I mean, I remember, dumb thing, we had sweet potatoes on the menu, and somebody forgot to order 8 cases of number 10 canned sweet potatoes. We only had 4. And I'm like, great, now I got to stretch it. So I got one of my guys that grabbed 2 50-pound bags of carrots, said, start peeling. He peeled them. We steamed them, mixed them up in the giant mixer with sweet potatoes. These people were like, those are the best sweet potatoes I've ever eaten in my life. And I told them, a couple of them, I said, that was half carrots, half potatoes. They're like, what? I'm like, yeah, they're all root vegetables, but it was just a little sweeter, and they liked it. I mean, if you can, like Mike's trying to do or doing, you figure out how to cook for a large group of people, not work on a ship where you're, cooking for 10,000 people every day, but, you're cooking for a large group. So you got people growing food. You got somebody who knows how to preserve it or can it or cook it for the masses. You have too much variety, too much stuff. Figure out a way to preserve it so you have it to last through the seasons until next season for that particular item. Apples, potatoes, whatever. Because I mean, it's a finite amount of food you're going to get out of the ground. I mean, yeah, you grow, and Guardian said, yeah, you pull a raspberry bush. I've done it. You pull one out of the ground. 6 months later, you got another bush popping up. Now, it may not get raspberries that year. It's going to be the next year. So that's a timeline, long-term thing to start increasing the amount of resources you have, so you have something to preserve to make it to the next season for that item. You make jellies out of all your leftover raspberries, so because they were sick of raspberries, and then you move on to something else. You got potatoes, you got carrots, and all the different vegetables, meats if you got animals, and all the different people in your compound, whatever you want to call it, have all the different skill sets to do these things. Well, you need somebody who's going to know how to preserve it. Well, I'll give you a hand with that one.
That's
so
the thing.
there's
Sorry, go on.
Yeah. No, I was just going to say, when it comes to being a chef and actually understanding how to make food stretch itself, chef tech, and this is really important. And I'm not just a person won't usually speak about these topics because they're afraid of them being almost like a bit of an awkward type topic to some degree. But I'm being absolutely sincere when I speak about this. But people's specialities and understanding how to spot them, in a lot of ways, with the natural occurring leadership as well that you've seen from Shadow from the beginning. It's why his panel's been running for such a long time. And he'll never say it. He's never asked for leadership, that type of thing, in that type of instance as well. But I'm being sincere when I say that the fact that he can keep calm all the time sets the precedent for the rest of the panel. And it's why this has been ongoing for several years now, where it's been a consistent panel, because he's able to lead by just example of being you know, like even when he's not able to, he'll tell his community that he's not able to on that instance, and he'll be like very communicative with the community. And I'm just saying, like from what I've seen, and whereas chef would be able to actually like govern the way that food is dished out in a lot of ways and make food stretch that much longer, positions such as that. Whereas the real love as well enjoys speaking about his faith. Like you could have a segment where you've actually got people that are of faith as well, and they need a certain counsel as well. And I'm not bringing that topic into this, but I'm saying that directly understanding to how to spot those certain strengths. Bob is also super creative and very like loves crafting things. Like Bob is capable of leading like workshops as well, where they've got different tools and being able to build things. And then like you've got to understand that each of, even World Survivalist, it's in the name, survivalist, scouting, survival, outdoors, being able to be out there and being able to be resourceful, being able to be like an extremely good scavenger to understand like what resources to bring back and what's really important to those scenarios because he's got outdoor experience. Like those type of things and being able to measure those things and the things that would occur naturally are a big part of this long-term law and order, and how to see them and how to see aspects of people like that without being able to, you know, enforce things, just allow them to really naturally occur.
Skill sets. Everybody, if you have a few skill sets, I mean, yeah, I'll cook your food. I can also fix my kitchen equipment. I'll also fix your car, but because I've generated so many skill sets over the many decades. So, but yeah, I love cooking and I can do all that. And then, you know, like I said, Bob can sit there and do classes on stuff and show people how to do a particular thing, you know, make fires, do small fires, big fires, all that stuff. I mean, everybody has their skill sets. As long as you all work in synchronicity with each other, it works.
Yeah, this
and
is the
it's
thing.
a matter of how big. It's like joining the military. You know, if I decided when I was 18 to go join the military, they'd be like, okay, what do you want to do? It's like, well, I cook. I'm like, well, guess what, buddy? You like to cook? We're throwing you right into that program. You're going to be cooking on a battleship for, 900 people, 8 meals a day because it's a 24/7 operation. Yeah, that's where I'll go. So, okay. I'll learn more on how to cook for large food.
The reason it works so well.
Very good guardian. Sorry, Mike. Very good guardian. Good point there. That seeking. Sorry, Mike.
Okay.
It's building on that love, and it's very good to see that. You see that, guardian, and it's with our heart can be used a lot more. Has anybody ever heard of people dying from enlarged hearts? You know, sometimes you can exercise your muscles, but you can also exercise your heart. And like Guardian was saying there, sorry, Mike, I'll finish in a second. As Guardian was saying, counselling will be very important too. And I'm not saying I'm a counsellor, I'm anything special, but I can, in a little way, give some kind of counselling. And I think that wherever there's a Bible, there'll always be law and order. And try to not just jump in straight away and attack and say, oh, religion, blah, blah. No, wait. We do need instruction as well. And everything you buy comes with an instruction manual. So mankind, we need an instruction manual. Man, it's proven that man cannot manage man. We've seen it, like someone mentioned earlier, history will repeat itself. People haven't learned that war is bad. We kill each other. We abuse the resources, and we in a humble. And it's nice what you said as well about Shadow Guardian, because Shadow's humble, humility, and I'm learning. We're always learning from each other, But at the same time, we do need counselling, And it's all good just saying that person's like that, and he's we forget about them. No. We've got to give people a chance. Anyway, God bless you, Mike. God bless you, Guardian. God bless you, Bob.
I mean, you're right in what you're saying. The Bible, religious text like that could be used as a blueprint. I mentioned the Ten Commandments as a kind of thing, like if you were trying to come up with a rule set, things like that do kind of have a foundation. The point I was making on the cooking, like chef, ideally, if this was our mag, it'd be an awesome mag to begin with. But if chef was dealing with the food, you've got to think of the byproduct of that is a lot less waste as well if somebody knows what they're doing, not just spreading food, but if everyone's cooking their own meal and World Survivalist burns his chicken and, you know, dries up his eggs and then drops his veggies all over the floor, he's then going to need somebody else's supplies. So, and same with skill sets. Like I did joinery. If we need to build like fencing, if I'm doing that as an efficient job and got people helping out with that, it's going to be much more efficient, less wasteful than everyone trying to build their own little bit, and it's mix match all over the place. So resting on them skill sets, something we should do more now as a society in peace times, but we don't seem to.
Yeah.
Something that I wanted to just throw in there as a little idea, purely because Guardian, Chef, and now Mike have sort of all brought it up, and I know we're a little bit off topic here just now, but see, when it comes to growing food, especially wild foods like raspberries, blackberries, fruit trees, apples, and things like that, I've been toying with the idea. I have multiple bug out caches. That's the way I like to prepare. So I've got a few of these caches stretched in particular places. I've been toying with the idea of planting these kind of like local bushes, apple trees, things that are natural to that area anyway, and then just randomly planting them there and then just leaving them to do their thing because they're naturally occurring anyway. And that's a good way of sort of like hedging your bets. So, because the reason I want to point that out is because I don't own any of the land that I have my caches on. It's all government owned or crown owned or something owned. And you know, they're in places that nobody cares about, scrubland. But things do grow there. And you can plant an apple tree or a blackberry tree or something in that area and make it look natural. It's not in a nice row or anything. It's just randomly planted. And you just leave it be. And it's because it's native, you're not putting something odd there that a landowner might walk by and say, why the hell have I got a peach tree in my field all of a sudden? You know, it's something that could be there anyway. Because I know it takes a long time to grow an apple tree. You know, so I'm thinking about hedging my bets now and planting them along my route all the way along. It's just an idea that I've had recently.
It sounds like you've been watching
guerrilla gardening. It's the guerrilla gardening, yeah. But for food purposes and also defensive. You can literally use blackberry bushes as a perimeter around your cache, so it becomes a defensive mechanism, a way of hiding yourself when you're bugging out to there, and a food source. You know.
It's a Howie on Food Forest Permaculture. He's on the chat. Go to his channel. Literally, go there. That's what he does. He can
what channel's that? What channel's that?
Food Forest Permaculture.
Yeah, he's on the Food for that one.
Oh, I'll sub to that after this. That's
Howie. He's been doing. I followed him. I think that's how I wound up on Jaren's channel.
I look forward to joining that channel and learning, because I mean that was just an idea I was toying with recently, and it seemed practical.
Now be prepared to dig. Be prepared to find a cave to live in, but that's about it.
Yeah, I mean,
I've posted the link for that channel if anybody needs it. Sorry.
Please do. Yeah, thanks, Mark. That's brilliant.
I have actually more on my notes, basically. Number 3, actually, is economic and property legitimacy. Without banks or government offices, property disputes will be common. Now I can't even speak. Legitimate ownership prevents bloodshed. Physical property records. Create multiple physical copies of all important documents, deeds, titles, marriage, birth, certificates, wills, and secure them in separate off-site fireproof locations, like a safe deposit box or a hidden cache. Barter contracts. Pre-print or stock materials for drafting simple, verifiable trade barter contracts. Use unique, hard-to-replicate physical seals or fingerprints to authenticate agreements in the absence of notary services. The resource ledger. Maintain a physical ledger, a durable book that records all significant community transactions, resource contributions, and debts. This ledger becomes the de facto bank and court record for property. Standardization. Agree on a common unit of exchange for large trades. known weights of precious metals, high-value bulk goods, or verified work hours to maintain economic stability. This approach ensures that your community is not just safe from outside threats, but also resilient against the inevitable internal conflicts that destroy unorganized groups when external authority vanishes.
It's a big one. Property rights, and people actually there will not be property rights at that point. The only thing stopping people is, good point. Yeah,
you need to have that, because that is basically legal documents, and you need to make sure and keep them legal. So,
man,
that's why you need it.
I wonder how that kind of works out for the people of Haiti and all those places that were recently affected with disasters. I wonder. We don't know. We can't see inside the courtrooms what's been going on, and maybe there's loads of claims going on.
We had that in the States, where North Carolina, the flood, that hurricane that ripped out. It there was no property left. I mean, it was just gone. It stripped the land. So then what do you do? Okay, well, that's in a large, governmental scale issue, not a localized type thing. We're trying to keep it on here.
Exactly. Yeah.
Can I keep this super simple? Because if we're talking about the scenario that Shadow mentioned at the very start, and we're talking years into without rule of law, for me, property rights is anything you can claim, maintain, and defend.
It's simple. That's what's going to be. That's what
it's as simple as that when it's not rule of law, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah. And this is why you see you need morality. You need people that are going to keep the camp clean, not only physically, but spiritually too. And it's my land. No, it's my land. No, it's my land. Prove it. No, it's my land. Right, let's have a fight. Let's kill each other. Like, that's what's going to happen. Sadly, like you just said, whoever could defend it.
I think there is good reason for keeping records of property rights and land that you own now, and squirreling them away somewhere in the off chance that you lose that property or that land, and then sometime in the future you can make some sort of claim to try and get that stuff back.
If it gets back to it was the way that it was before.
Yeah. Have you got a cat that's hungry?
No, that's Diorce's cat.
Oh, really? Somebody's got a hungry cat.
I'm sorry. I drove out to my parents' place to go pick my cats up because I was having them babysit them while I was on my vacation out to eastern Tennessee.
The thing is, I mean, there is certainly the case that you may or may not be able to get the property back. And it's interesting because I was on a camping trip this week, and on the way there I was listening to a radio show, a documentary, and it was called The House at Number 48. And it was basically, it's a large mansion in Nazi Germany that was basically stolen by, Nazis really, off Jewish people who lived there. And the family that took that property 80 years ago still live there to this day. And the family who were exiled from that property are fighting to try and get it back or make some sort of claim on it. And the interesting thing about that program was that they actually would have been able to make a claim about that 30 years ago had they have kept hold of certain documents and made certain claims through the courts. But because they didn't do that, it's now incredibly difficult for them to ever get the property. So now they're arguing over things like paintings inside the property. But you can imagine that from that Jewish family's point of view in the 1930s, all hope would have seemed lost, because it was to the point where they were exiled and they had to go to America and the UK. And then it was 50 years later that their great-grandchildren then says, well, we want our stuff back. And they started going through the claims. But because their ancestors didn't keep records and didn't make these claims, it's now impossible for that to happen. I mean, that's a roundabout way of saying, yes, it could be that there's no hope of you getting back your property, even in your lifetime. But you might be able to give it to your ancestors, your relatives, rather, your great-grandchildren. And so you've got to make allowances for doing everything you can to safeguard the rights of that ownership for future generations of of your own lineage, especially if it's been taken off you in a sort of through conflict or some other example like that. So I think it's worth doing.
Yeah, it's definitely worth keeping copies of everything. People that have bug out bags, we often say things like, make sure you keep photocopies of your passport, birth certificates, insurance. Yes, including things that you own, maybe deeds, having physical copies. In case. But like Mike said as well, in some you're driving down the road with a 4x4. SHTF situations happen. You've got your jerry cans on the roof. You've got your MRAs in the back. There's people that are going to want that. So
yeah.
So it could be very extreme. So yeah, definitely keep records of everything, of what you own, insurance, passports, driver's license, copies, all kinds of stuff like that. But in a sort of a civil unrest, civil war, or it's kicked off, people are going to be trying to grab what they can: cars, places to hide, food. Sadly, we're living in a very immoral world. That anything can happen. We might be saying, yeah, law and order, and all right, there could be 200 of us in the community, but what if 5,000 baddies come down the road? Anyway, keep the faith. We'll sort them out. We'll sort them out.
It's funny we're talking about property lines. I was at my cabin all week with a friend practicing some fun skills. We'll maybe talk about it later. And I always walk around my woods because it's 15 acres and I know about 4 of it's open. And the rest is all woods and stream and everything else and sort of wetlands. And I'm walking around right near my cabin, which is off to one side of the property. And I'm like, yeah, let's go down to the stream and walk up the property line again. I'm walking up. I'm like, what are all these new ribbons? And there was a ribbon on a tree, probably, I don't know, 10, 15 meters from my cabin. I'm like, whoa, somebody been in there surveying. And I realized the ribbon color they used was it was for us just to start a site. Okay, we need a direction to go here. We know where the pin is. We're starting here.
Okay.
Put a ribbon there. Let's see what this is. Okay, we're way off. And it turns out, after I freaked out for about 20 minutes that somebody was walking around my property, I realized, they found the actual property line, which I only had surveyed out and pinned 3 years ago or 4 years ago. So half my ribbons are still there, and they found them all, and they went down and redid it, and which is right on top of mine. And so it freaked me out that, I have my deed for my property. I own it. I didn't bank it. And I know it's there. And I got the survey plot map that I had done. And it's legal because, the guy's bonded, insured, all that stuff. And then another surveyor came in because it was my surveyor that did it again. He'd have known exactly where to go instead of like walking around throwing ribbons up everywhere trying to find a sight line and then go, okay, it's way over here. I just didn't like the fact that somebody was that close to my cabin and saw it, because I literally only a few people out there know it's there, but not anybody in the public. And that's the last thing I really need is all kinds of other crap going on now. But yeah, property, keep your property records.
Especially if it's a scenario that you can see reverting back to peace times and stuff like that, even if it is 80 years later, like Alan mentions. But it all depends on the scenario, right? If we're talking total collapse, I maintain the fact of there'll be a flag with Mike's face on it. If my face is on the flag and it's on top, I own it, all right? I'm going to look after it.
Property rights is an interesting thing when it comes to land. Property, like a house, I can understand. When it comes to large swathes of land, and I'm probably in a minority here, I've always had this notion where, I'm a little bit of a libertarian when it comes to this, because the idea that a man can own a mountain to me is ridiculous. And, the concept that you could find yourself in an SHTF situation and you're in like a completely remote wilderness somewhere and on a hill, and somebody can just simply come up to you and say, by the way, I own this. Please leave. Okay, well, how much of it do you own? 1,000 miles of it all round. You know, I can't really see a concept where I'm just going to ever respect that person's, you know, right to that property.
Who's got the biggest knife at that point, Alan?
Yeah.
So,
Well, I mean, this is what it would come down to. I mean, and it's often, I mean, it kind of goes down to, like, I do a lot of wild camping. Now, luckily, in my part of the country, wild camping is completely legal. You can camp anywhere in my country, bar a couple of places at a certain time of year. But even in other people's private property, I can camp there, no problem. I can't fish or hunt there legally, but I can camp there. But the idea that, you know, I could be ejected from somewhere because somebody says, by the way, I own all of this river, all of this loch, all of these mountains and all of these plains. No, it doesn't sit right with me, you know. But if I had the money, I would buy that land as well. But I would be somewhat uncomfortable about trying to eject people from it.
Yeah, like my property it's 15 acres, but I can literally only put a house in a very small percentage of it because the rest of it's low land. It's next to a stream. I doing some searching, physically searching a couple days ago. We're walking around. I found river wash, which is, you know, the little grass and stuff wrapped around a tree, way up higher than I originally thought it ever went. I'm like, whoa, good thing I didn't put my cabin another 20 meters towards the stream. I'd have had waterfront property. And it's a small stream, but when the valley drains, man, it's a torrent down there. And I threw a couple trail cams down there because I'd love to see what it looks like. I've never been there when it was that full. I'd like to see what goes on. I thought the neighbor across the stream, I had a maple tree that fell down, big one, and it was on my side of the property. I mean, it was on my side of the stream. I went down there because it was still alive. I'm like, perfect. I don't have to get it right now. I went down there. I was going to grab the chainsaw and go down and cut it up and bring it up and, you know, use it for firewood. It's gone. I'm like, who stole my tree? That's my first reaction. Yeah. And then me and my buddy were walking down the stream a little bit. Oh, I found it. It had actually floated downstream, and now the root ball was on the other side of the stream, but it didn't fall from there, and the head of it's still tangled in the bush. I'm like, wow, water does a lot of things, and my property line's a stream, and that thing moves all the time. So that could be an issue. But yeah, property lines move, things move, and but the fact I own so many acres, it's not like, oh, I'm being, you know, a hog about it. It's like, no, the plot of land was laid out because you can only put one house there. There's not enough resources, or it's too low, or, you know, water for a well and septic and all that stuff. Yeah, you can only put one house there, period. So yeah, I own 15 acres, but I can only put one house there. If you own 1,000 acres on a mountain, well, most of that mountain, you probably can't build there. You might build, but you're not going to be able to get your resources there to live there. And that's the rules or the legal stuff of today. It's like, great, you can have 1,000 acres. You can't split it up and sell it off because you can't build anywhere else on it. You can't do it. That's what they go by. Can you build on it? You can just own it. You might be able to split it up and just sell it, but still won't be able to build on it. Yeah. So, and that's just today's laws and rules and regulations.
The reason why people would be able to own a said mountain, for example, there, Alan, and I do believe that it does seem on paper, it seems unjust, and it definitely seems like a little bit sketchy in a way. I completely understand that. I do believe, though, that throughout, you know, human civilization and history, like, there's always been that level of this as well, where people own, you know, some people own more and some people own less. And it's essentially, you can break it down to a game of Monopoly. Irrespective of how you play the game of Monopoly, you will always find that player that's got the purple streets, you know, or the blue streets. That's always there's I absolutely would challenge you, Mark, to a good game of Monopoly sometime.
I've never lost Guardian apart from to my mother. I've never lost apart from to my mother. I'm just throwing it out there.
No, it's a challenge. Challenge accepted. We can set that up sometime. It sounds good. There's actually ways through Microsoft Teams and stuff like that you can actually play games like that. So it'll be interesting. Also, a game of chess might not be too bad. Maybe a games night is an idea. You know, at some point, maybe during the week. Yeah, be cool. So basically what I'm saying is I do see the unjust part of it as well, Alan. It's hard for me to pretend that as well in the world that we're living in, where you've got people that have like fleets of private jets, and then there's people that are like mass scale starving and living like in horrible scenarios. And I think that that's going to be changing within the near future. I don't want to take this conversation to technology when it's about the law and order element, but I am saying that I hope that the technology that's arriving right now for civilization can cure a lot of those problems and resolve them when it comes to people that are living in impoverished scenarios. And basically, with technology, we'll be able to build mass scale houses. There's a lot on this topic specifically, but hopefully we can house everybody, give everybody food through technology potentially as well, and just make sure that we don't have people suffering in the way that we do now. Because I do think it does seem a little bit unfair when people do own mountains and mountains and mountains, but that's the whole monopoly of life, right? There's no real way of avoiding it. That's how I see it, in a way that isn't as, it helps me to deal with it, with the fact that there is that level of injustice. It's all just a monopoly game.
Yeah, and it's not even just a level of injustice, it's just a level of the impracticality of it. I mean, and what is it they say? Possession is like 9/10 of the law or whatever. So I can imagine in a SHTF situation where, because if you go far enough back, land is really just a resource that somebody at some point has stood on and says, all of this around me is now mine. Because at some point nobody had it, and then somebody stood there and says, now it's mine. Or they've took it off somebody, and then it's been passed down or sold on throughout the generations. So I can imagine myself in an SHTF situation, going to somebody's mountain, where they have a little plot of sort of cherry trees or something, but they've got plenty more somewhere else, and them trying to say, well, this is my land, go away. I'm like, well, you know what? We're in a new world now. I now own this land. You go away. Let's fight over it if you disagree. And a lot of people would do that kind of thing. And that's where the sort of disorder comes into place. Yep, it'd be wooden spoons galore, It would be. But it's all in this part, and where I live, it's all estates. A single man owns an estate, and I suppose that would be the same as a ranch in the USA, where it's literally, hundreds and hundreds of miles of like mountains and lochs and rivers and stuff, and one person owns it. To me, in an SHTF situation, I don't care who owns that. I'm going to go there if I can.
Just for the advice of the masses, thinking of doing the same thing. Be prepared. A lot of these estates have gamekeepers. A lot of them have equipment to move you on should they need to. So if you're going to make a stand like Alan, make sure you're in a position to do so. Just throwing that out.
Yeah. The scoops are on their way. I repeat, the scoops are on their way.
Good to know.
The scoots? What's a scoot?
Really? Nobody's seen. None of you've seen. No, I said the scoops. Nobody's seen Soylent Green. Nobody.
Nope.
Oh my God.
That's a good.
Years ago.
You're missing out. It's a good movie. It's a good movie.
I'll check it out.
Very good philosophical movie, actually. Think about it, yeah. Like that could be where we're going.
I have even more on my notes here. So the next one is the Community Charter, a framework for order. This document should be kept brief, easily understandable, and signed or verbally ratified by every adult member. It is the social contract that replaces the state. 1. Foundational principles. These are the non-negotiable values that define the community's character and purpose. A. Purpose: to secure the long-term survival, safety, and liberty of all recognized community members through cooperative effort, mutual defense, and honest dealing. B. Core value: non-aggression. No community member shall initiate physical force, fraud, or theft against another member or their recognized property. C. Core value: reciprocity. Membership carries the mandatory duty to contribute labor, accept defense responsibilities, and adhere to the common welfare decisions made by the council. D. Defense: the community is committed to the active defense of all members and their agreed upon territory against external threats. Defense is a shared burden and not an optional activity. 2. Governance and authority. A. Structure for leadership and decision-making that prioritize stability and transparency over concentration of power. A. The council, decision makers, composed of a small odd number of members, 3 or 5. Role handles external negotiations, coordinates resources, and ratifies major judicial decisions. Expulsion, for example. Selection, council members are elected, chosen by consensus, and subject to a term limit, like 1 year, to prevent entrenchment of power. B. The meditator, conflict resolution. 1 or 2 individuals trained in nonviolent communication and logic. Role, mandatory first stop for all internal disputes and grievances. They have no power to enforce but only to recommend solutions. Note, this role is designed to resolve conflict at the lowest possible level before it involves the entire council or security detail. C. Transparency. All major decisions, resource expenditures, and judicial proceedings shall be open to community observation and recorded in the physical community ledger. 3. Security and justice protocol. These rules must be the clearest and most strictly enforced, as they are essential for preserving the community. 1. Mandatory duties. Failure is a serious offense. Defense watch duty. Mandatory participation in the rotation roster for all able-bodied adults. Penalty for gross dereliction of duty, sleeping on watch, for example, severe labor penance, loss of resource allocation for a period, or temporary demotion to probationary status. Sanitation, labor duty, mandatory participation in hygiene, waste disposal, and food production tasks. Penalty for chronic refusal to contribute, progressive loss of privileges. 2 major offenses: high consequence expulsion, theft of essential resources, the taking of another member's personal food, medicine, or water reserves without permission, immediate detention, full hearing by the council, mandatory public restitution. Example, 2 times the stolen value. Repeat offenses result in expulsion. Violence, assault, unprovoked physical attack on another member, immediate detention, mandatory exile for any non-defensive action resulting in severe injury, temporary exile, heavy penance for non-severe injury. Gross malfeasance on watch, an action or inaction that directly and intentionally endangers the lives of multiple members. For example, allowing an enemy entry, sharing sensitive tactical information, immediate and permanent expulsion with loss of all property rights. This is a capital offense against the community. Number 3, judicial process flow. Complaint, member files a complaint with a meditator. Meditation, the meditator attempts to find a voluntary resolution. Council review, if meditation fails, the matter is presented to the council. Verdict, the council reviews evidence and the meditator's report and issues a final binding ruling by a simple majority. Appeal, A one-time appeal to the entire assembled community is permitted, but the council ruling stands unless overturned by a supermajority. For an example, 75% of all adult members. Yeah, well, I have a lot more, but we can begin there.
I think it kind of hurdles over that initial concept of keeping it simple, right? Like the punishments being order of magnitude over the value of the stealing and stuff like that. I think initially, at least initially, if we're talking about a small community, like this is my homestead and there's 10 other people coming here, not let's reform at the entire society level, but initially it should be you've done exile would be everything. It would be just, if you're doing anything to compromise the community in any way, you'd be exiled as far as I'm concerned. That includes stealing, because you steal food from somebody. That's not just stealing, that's putting somebody else's life at risk. That's stealing from everyone else's mouths. Anything like that,
That's
I think you'd have to be super harsh.
That's you essentially stating that, like I said, I'm condemning you to slow death.
It is, and it seems harsh. It is, and it seems harsh, and I'm sure there'll be edge cases where that would be reconsidered and stuff like that. But in form of putting initial rules in place to get that point across of don't steal, don't do this, don't do that, it would just be a case of you're out. You'd have to be out. At that low level, at that initial level, I think you would have to be that brutal, I'm afraid.
If everybody understands those rules when they come in, it's easy to enforce that.
Exactly, and going further, if we're then talking not a homestead, we're talking a town, a city, a county, that's when you come in with more, in-depth proposal like what Shadow was saying there with like the different rule structures. Because I don't know about any of you guys, but having to imprison somebody, especially, costs you resources, food, water, guards, the risk factor and stuff like that. And the risk of kind of a revolt or a rebellion because you've imprisoned one guy who happened to have 3 friends there who are pissed off that he's imprisoned.
Yep.
It just feels like you're lighting your own match. It's just for me it would have to be brutal and simple to begin with, at least.
So then it's the darkest question, right? That I think I've ever brought to this panel, and I'll make sure to phrase it in the nicest way. So when you're looking at the option of imprisonment, right, when it comes to somebody that's completely, trying to essentially do your group in, whether it be stealing or whether it be just consistent deceit, the darkest question that I think I've ever asked, and it's one of those questions that, throughout the history books gets asked within itself, if you kind of, and it goes on to what Shadow was saying there, those points, and I've made sure to note down a couple of them as well, which I actually transfer some of what these streams are about to paper so that I've got like a ledger of some of the important topics that we've covered. And the one thing that I'll say there is when a person is excommunicated from the group, when they are expelled, and there's a probability of that person being able to give details of your group. If you are specifically a very successful group, will try to stay hidden for the most part in a bug out location that is relatively off to the side of regular society, what society is left pretty much for the most part. So you try to make sure that you have a bug out location for a pretty medium to large scale group that isn't directly in the line of fire of the mass scale desperation which will occur after SHTF. So you're obviously looking at a scenario where when you have somebody that's excommunicated, then there's a very good chance of that person betraying you and coming back with much more numbers and basically making sure while you guys are asleep, where there's only 1 or 2 guards, 3 guards perhaps, or something, depending on your group, maybe up to 5 to 10 guards if you're lucky. It's a larger group. But essentially, you'd be able to have the capability of those people being neutralized and then having access to your group, which means family members, which means, hostile scenarios. So the question that I have to ask is, realistically, would you and I don't actually want anybody to really answer this question either, because I don't want to get anybody into trouble. But is the option there to excommunicate them, or would that really pose too much of a threat, allowing somebody to leave a group in that manner because they've proven a danger to your own society? Would they not then essentially go and be a danger to other societies in a world that is truly suffering already through an SHTF?
Yeah.
And I have had these same thoughts cross my mind too about the whole situation that Guardian brought up, but not so much that would they be a danger to other societies. It'd be, are they going to get in bed with a competing group that could be a threat to your group? You know, that's been a concern of mine. I mean, yeah, it is a concern to me that, they could be a problem for somebody else, but, you know, I'm worried about them coming back and bringing the problem, multiplying it, and then putting it back in our faces.
That's what Guardian just said. That's
exactly
yeah. I know. That's.
We're talking
I just agree with Guardian.
We're talking about the difference between imprisonment and using them resources, and let's be honest, capital punishment, right? That's what we're skirting around here. And I suppose that's going to come down to individual choice when it comes to something like that. Whether you could do something like that, whether you could feel justified doing something like that. It's one of those things that we could theorize.
We've had similar discussions in the past. It's like, you know, the last thing I want to have to do is live with myself after some thing had to be maybe considered being done.
Yeah.
You know, did it need to be done? How am I going to live with myself? So, I mean, my thought on that is, somebody is that bad. Yeah, okay, you want to stick around still? All right, well, because I don't want them to leave, because, they might give all my information away to somebody else, and they'll all come back and take our stuff anyway. And that's all right. Well, you get to work in the field. You get to work out in the field now. We're putting up fencing, so guess what? Here's your shovel. Start digging, and you can stick around.
Working. You know, who remembers the story of the Spartans? There was the guy that had the hunchback, and he wanted to be a Spartan, but he had a hunchback and he couldn't wield the shield properly.
Talk about the 300,
Yeah, so the guy, what happened was, because he couldn't become a Spartan warrior, he couldn't become a part of that community, he then went and joined the Persian side, and the Persian side gave him a uniform which he wanted. He showed the Persians how to get around the back of the Spartans. He showed them the ancient pathway through the mountains, how to get round behind the Spartans. And of course, the 300 Spartans got surrounded. So, you know, do you bring that person, do you chuck that person out of the community, or do you bring them in, you keep them in the community because they have information, they know where you are, they know where your family is, where your little village is.
Or do you eliminate them? Period.
That's the question, right? And it's one of those things that I think we could theorize till the cows come home. Till you're in that situation, you don't know
exactly
what you would do, what you could do, and stuff like that.
Well,
Don't get me wrong; it's good to theorize. It's good to.
You don't let them go. Well, that's a fact. You don't let them go because your family's in jeopardy. Then, so you have to keep them close.
It is a debatable thing. It depends on the severity of the scenario. It depends on how much information that person also has. And it also comes down to if you want to be successful in any sort of group, also, like, realistically, I think that there's always those two ways to control people in any sort of law and order scenario as well. There's only two ways to ever control, and you can either control through love or you can control through fear. That is a defining factor, irrespective of how you look at it. People will either listen to any sort of rules or any sort of leadership if they fear or if they love. Some people do it out of love, and love for the homeland, love for the community or MAG, or fear of, you know, an oppressive leadership as well in those scenarios, which can also easily happen. And it just comes down to, really it comes down to making sure that you can have group sanity as well. Because if you're going to disagree with people and be taking out like left people, you know, left, right, and center, you're going to be eliminating people as well. Your actual group like demeanor, and because what's to stop, this is the big problem, right? If you start saying, okay, this person completely went against the rules, they were starving and they stole extra rations, for example, or something, and then you decide as a group, we can't allow them to leave, so we're going to potentially, do the unthinkable, if you want to call it that. In that scenario itself, it's like, if that happens, you're losing trust within your community and your group, because everybody starts thinking to themselves, if I were to do the same actions, the very group that I'm supposed to trust and love and protect is willing to take somebody else out of the exact same level that I was. There's nothing stopping them from doing that to me. So you lose the loyalty of the group. So the best way that you can ever proceed in those type of scenarios is to genuinely make sure that you protect rations and supplies so that people are not capable of doing that. You put people on guard. If you have to, for your own treasury, you make sure that your own stocks are well guarded against your own group and outsiders as well. It is something that you need to have into consideration, because you know that human nature, specifically in scenarios where people are, they've got a reason, and through their own justification, they've got confirmation bias as to why they're legitimately allowing themselves to do an action against a group for the betterment of themselves purely in a selfish manner. So it really comes down to making sure that you have coverage of that you have the capability to have bushcrafters and carpenters provide enough of a secure stock that you don't have people jeopardizing the group through that means, so that you can be proactive in the way that you're addressing these scenarios, so that you don't even have to run into a situation of, oh, is this person going to be a threat when we leave? And obviously making sure that this is a big thing as well with law and order. There are, in the modern world as it is, there are people that would harm women and children. So you have to make sure that there is security and safety, if you're going to put guards up as well, for areas where women and children can be, and they can be safe and left alone completely, and make sure that they have allocated areas where, because unfortunately men can and I'm being absolutely sincere about this, men have proven to be savages as well, and when they get desperate as well in certain scenarios. So to avoid going down that train of thought as well, I'm just going to explain how that's a legitimate scenario where you need to have the protection of your families, your groups. Of course, they can have each individual housing that's protected, but in terms of security and having people make sure that and who watches the guardsmen, right? That's why you've got to have accountability within the guards, so that there's community guards of patrols that walk around together and they switch in and out, that are able to make sure that the management of your group through the evening and through the day is completely protected. So what I'm saying is be proactive and be preemptive to every scenario, or else you end up with a situation where people feel that they could just be the next person to fall victim of your laws.
Yeah.
It's an interesting contradiction as well, the exiled thing as well. Sorry, Mike, you crack on.
No, carry on.
I mean, if exile is a punishment, right? It's only a punishment if you're being exiled away from something that you truly don't want to be removed from. So the community that you're in is just so good, and it's providing you with so much resource or whatever. The thought of you being exiled away is a punishment in itself, because, I mean, what's stopping you then just going to the next homestead or the next village or whatever? Unless we're talking about you're in the middle of an oasis and you're being exiled into the Sahara, and where it's certain death, that's a different thing. But the contradiction being that if you're in a society where you think you've got it so good there that you can't let anybody leave, and you're going to have to go executing people for even rather than let them go, every single person there is a prisoner then. Right, what you are.
I was going to say a cult. You've got to be careful of becoming a cult. Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, what you've effectively got.
I don't think he meant that. I don't think.
No, but I mean, what you effectively have there, you can look at it on a big scale as well. You've basically got
North Korea. North Korea is a giant prison.
You've got North Korea. So if I let's just say, for hypothetical reasons, I rock up at the walls of this society that's already established, and it says, yeah, we've got it good in here. We've got food, water, medical supplies, blah, blah, blah. You can join us and follow our rules, but you can never leave, ever, because we'll have to kill you if you leave. I'll say thank you very much. Goodbye.
It was in that extreme circumstance where there was a possibility of that person going to another group.
But that's the possibility for everybody.
Yeah.
Everybody
they can leave. No, it never said that they can't leave. No one said that. No one said that. They They can't leave of their own accord.
Yeah.
But that's
But
what
it-
it would become. It would
That's
become
the same.
that.
That's the same
It's the same.
threat, right? Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I mean, just to put it in perspective, exile to me is not about punishment of that person. It's about protecting the community in general. If they're harmful to that community, it's exiling them because they're causing harm, not because they're going to go and do the long walk or anything like that. And I think Willow Tree made a point about referring to harsher punishments being like what they did in biblical times, where it's like it's to make people pay attention to the rule. And I would see this exile slash, zero tolerance rule board to be more like our nuclear deterrent, right? Nobody ever wants to use it. It's just there to say this is how harsh it could be, so they take the rules seriously. I think what you're talking about, Alan, is a very realistic scenario both ways. And again, we could theorize all day long, but what do you do? What are the alternatives?
You've got that thing as well. Everybody always focuses on the notion of, if I think this person is such a threat, I have the right to exercise powers of extreme measures against this person. Okay, that is the case for some societies, and some people do think that. But I would turn it around and say, well, that person also has the right to defend themselves as well. They themselves have the right to defend themselves or somebody they know.
Trial by combat.
Yeah, I mean, it could end up being... I mean, I can imagine a society where we have to have these extremely harsh laws because it's just really terrible times. And even stealing a piece of bread, you deserve your hands to be cut off for that. We've decided as a group we're going to cut hands off if you steal bread, right? We've came to that conclusion somehow. Okay. Now let's say your son steals the bread. Your 10-year-old son. Are you just going to let him be, well, you know the rules, son, you know what I mean? Off with the hands and all that. No. You know what I mean? There are some things where you as an individual would then have a right to your own self-defense or your family's self-defense. And then it becomes a bit of a battle that way, you know? I'm not entirely for or against capital punishment, even in our society today. I think some people do genuinely believe deserve capital punishment. Some people. Very, very few people, though. You know?
You're missing the benefits of a dictatorship, though, Alan. You know, it's the same as my Discord group. The rules apply to everyone except for me because I'm the admin. All right.
See, the thing is, though, you have to. This is the problem with the "you can't be exiled" rule. Is it's okay to join a group, and it doesn't matter what their rules are. As long as you know up front what the rules are, and you say yes, I agree, that's fine. But you have to have the right to leave. Because
everybody's got free will. You know, if you want to be a pain in the backside, then you're going to stand out like a sore thumb. If you're going to want to get your hands dirty and help the group, then that's going to stand out as well. So either way, you give people free will. You know, no one's got the right. You know, even God don't come against us. You know, you've got your free will. You know, you can do what you choose to want to do. You know, I'm not saying to you, do what thou wilt, because that's evil. You know, I would say to you, do the right thing. You know, don't come against someone's will. So if someone's an asset to the group, people are going to say, wow, that person's an asset. He was moving logs. He got water here. He helped start a fire there. He looked after this couple of little ones while the dad had to go and get water. Definitely an asset. This one over here, lazy, eating everybody's burgers, don't get no water, sleeps all day, you know. But even then, we still got to be loving, like Guardian said.
You can be loving with forced labour. I think.
Okay.
I think you lot in the chat and watching this, go and look for these guys' communities in SHTF. You'll hate mine. These guys seem much more loving and forgiving than I would be.
Forced labour.
No, well, you know, I'm not talking breaking rocks. Labor? Yeah, but I'm not talking breaking rocks. I'm taking, you know, they can go and peel all chef's carrots and potatoes and stuff like that, you know.
So just a quick one. It brings me to another point. Quickly, Dariela, please hold that thought for just for a moment.
You carry on.
Yeah, we had another question that is raised by, I'll just bring it up here as well. So Prepper for the Ages over on Mark's channel mentioned that a good question that we could actually pose as well, it's related to the topic that, you know, shadows on the point that we're on. Prepper for the Ages asks, what do you do if you have a crazy, open bracket, mentally unstable, close bracket, person in your group who is a danger to themselves and others? They can't take care of themselves or others. So, in those type of scenarios, that's a bit of an interesting one. Like, how do you kind of,
I usually marry them.
I won't laugh too loudly at that, Mark, because I'll get into trouble.
It's a great point, and people that can be on a switch as well, right, Guardian? They might not seem that way at first, and that can suddenly
absolutely.
So,
most times it is. Most times, like a person has just to get along with society, people develop like an almost mask that they can wear consistently until the wrong trigger kind of thing comes up as well. And that's where I think that you can have the ability for people to naturally separate themselves to that point as well. It's just to keep certain people away from each other that are toxic towards one another. Some personalities just will not fit, and you need to be able to divide them.
You'd be surprised the power of healing that we have. The power of healing that love has. That the power of many hands on. If you've got a person that is in such a state, you've got to say, well, why is he in that state? You've got to look for the root problem. It's all good. You see, this is the trouble with society today, is nobody wants to be associated with any crazy ones. Oh, no, I'm not associated with that homeless guy. I know he's homeless. He's poor. He hasn't got as much money as me. You see, I would watch out for those type of people more than the homeless person, because, you have to keep mercy. But, to label everybody and say he's a nut job and what have you, and then just condemn them, I would more say, try the approach of try to show some love.
I think you in an ideal world, you're absolutely right, Daryl, 100%. But then change that situation to you've got 4 able-bodied men, you've got 3 women, and you've got 6 kids in there, and then you've got one person that's really causing problems in that way. You haven't got in survival, in defending the area you're in and stuff like that. Have you got the time to dedicate that? Have you got time to put that healing on? So, how do you deal with that in the smaller scale, in the grandiosa scale? Yes, look after anyone vulnerable.
Okay, you're talking about the situation here. So if you was ever in the situation, would you do away with that person? Okay, as soon as you brought this up, you personally, you're in that situation. What would you kill him? What would you do?
No, not at all. Not at all. It would have to be some sort of confinement, not humanely confined, so they can't harm themselves and harm other people, and and stuff like that. There's ways to deal with it, but I think in an ideal world, yes, you'd get them the help. Yes, you'd get them to become a active person.
What we're talking about. We're talking about the world that is crumbling, and we're possibly planning for potential SHTF situation, and now we're trying to plan that ideal world. And then you're saying, in that ideal world.
Let me give you a real world situation, just in a microcosm that kind of says my thinking on it. You're on an aeroplane and somebody announces as the plane is flying, you know what, I think I'm going to try and open the door, whether they can or not.
You bind him up, you tie him up, you sit on him.
Yeah. I mean, the first thing to do there would be to try and negotiate with that individual and say, let's not be crazy about it and see what they do. So that's I mean, that's the love, sort of give them the benefit of the doubt. If they're just trying to manhandle the door and open it, then restrain them, right? You're not going to kill. You're not going to try and strangle the person to death.
No,
because how long is this flight? Okay, it's 6 hours. Okay, we need to tie this guy up.
We'll get done for murder, won't we?
We need to tie this guy up for 6 hours and then eject him from the plane and hopefully be on our way and let the authorities deal with it. But let's imagine you're in a space station and somebody keeps trying to open the airlock and you're up there for 6 months.
You can still eject him. He's just not going to get picked up by anyone.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, in that situation, if somebody's absolutely out of their mind and they're in a space station and they're trying to open the airlocks and there is nowhere to confine them and you have to keep an eye on them literally 24/7, is it justified to put them in an airlock and shoot them into space? I would say yes, from a self-defense point of view. And it always comes down to the self-defense aspect of it. If somebody's genuinely a threat to you to the point where they think they're going to do you maximum harm, do you have the right to defend yourself by doing them the harm preemptively? Yes, I think so. I mean, that's the entire concept of self-defense. But it's when you take it too far and it becomes a case of you walk into a room, you're one of only two men, you look around and everybody else is a child, and you think, well, out of this room of people, the only person that's a threat to me is that bloke over there. He's not done anything to me yet, and I don't know anything about him, but I'm going to eliminate him. Do you know what I mean? You can go too far with it. It's all about assessing the situation and doing it that way.
Logically, yes.
Logically, yeah.
That's the best way to view it. You guys probably don't know the streamer, and he was actually one of the OGs when it came to some of the gaming videos and in the gaming scene. He was a theme lol. So like a theme, he actually became a bit of a cultist at some point. So his story went a bit wild. And what he always used to say, though, which I really did respect, was that logic needs to be your core value. And I think that speaks for itself in a lot of ways, where you need to be as logical as possible. And in a lot of situations, logic definitely, trumps an emotional kind of state of being. And one of the things about aging, I believe, which has been really enjoyable, is emotional maturity and knowing how to, be civil a lot of the time. And I think that if people realize that we sometimes can learn from people in our lives that we don't always see. And my mom-in-law has actually taught me, I've known her for the last 12 years. I've been with my wife now for 12 years, and I'm proud of that as well. And I've been in a very long committed relationship. And 12 years is absolutely, I'm proud of that. And from my mom-in-law, we don't always see eye to eye. But I've learned that you can love somebody without liking every element. But not only that, but she's definitely taught me to not give my remote away, is the way that she phrases it. In situations, basically, when you get hot-tempered and flustered, and when you lose your capability to remain calm and cool and stay focused, what happens is that you're completely unable to think productively, and you can't think rationally. So the ability that a person has to actually keep that, hypothetical remote within themselves as well, instead of handing it off to the next person, is so valuable. You'll see that every single lawyer throughout the world, and they are professional debaters, right? That's what a lawyer is in a lot of ways, professional debaters. So in a lot of ways, what they do is, you'll always notice, they don't get hot-tempered, they don't lose their cool, they don't get angry, because as soon as you do that, you lose your case. And it's the same thing in a conversation. As soon as you're able to give that remote away to another person, as soon as you are able to kind of lose your train of thought as well when it comes to where you're really going and how you're trying to converse with other people, you lose everything. And when you get hot and flustered, you get angry and you don't think rationally. So I think a lot of the time, people should just try to do that. Also, somebody over there said that they would love to join in on the panel. I know that Shadow believes in this as well, irrespective of who you are, where you're from. If you believe that you can add value to these panels, I do strongly recommend that you don't need to have a channel to come up on these panels. You just need to be somebody with something to add to the conversation. Go for it, Mark.
Just for your reference on that person, Shadow, I've met him in person at Prepper Meets His Sound, so if you ever do want to invite him up, let me know. I can send him an email. Yeah, I've met him in person, so it's not some crazy person going to come on here.
That's a good point, Mark.
Yeah. You don't want anybody just jumping on, flashing their willy or something. Showing you the helicopter.
That's already happened once when he put out the link and some guy popped up and it was like, okay, kill the link, delete the stream, and start again. Give me 10 minutes.
I heard about it, but I missed that moment. And my wife and I have a joke about it, the fact that actually happened at some point, and we just missed one of those crazy YouTube moments. So I'm glad I didn't see it.
It's really funny.
I'm just glad he let me back in afterwards.
It was really funny because everyone sort of paused for a couple of seconds because we didn't know what it was in front of us. And then it was what happened was the picture came on and the act was happening, but everyone was kind of paused for a couple of seconds, even Shadow. And he's like, huh? And then he turned it off quick, and everyone was oh yeah. Nice, very nice. Terrible.
Yeah, usually the trolls looking for live links only pop on for the first few minutes, and they realize real quick that, okay, I'm not getting on. But we Shadow put the link up right away, and one of those trolls, they get paid to do that stuff. It's like a competition form. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, some of them, yeah. It gets traffic to them. Hey, it's there's traffic to them.
I can't help but find it like humorous as well. I guess that's just my sense of humor, but I don't think it's good that somebody does that. I'm really, against anybody doing that to somebody's stream. I'm one of Shadow's friends, so it really does bother me if you try and be invasive to the stream in that kind of way. But if there is a part of me that can't help but find it hilarious when people just do trolling in the silly ways that they do, and like sometimes they just try and find it funny, and it is humorous at times as well, but that type of thing is actually not, because what happens is there could be anybody watching the stream, and you're doing it to like streams where sometimes people are sitting around with their families and watching the stream, because that's what Shadow advocates for, family friendly kind of streams to some degree as well. So it isn't really something that I condone obviously in any way, but there's a little bit of humor there.
Keep it clean, no profanity, no insanity.
I think
stand up straight, soldiers.
Talking about the topic again is I can imagine when we're talking about the crazy person, should you expel them from your group or whatever, or that they've lost their mind or whatever like that. We've also got to remember that we're talking about the worst possible case scenario of civilizational collapse here. People are going to have breakdowns. People are going to lose their mind. People are going to suffer greatly. And if we just go expelling everybody who has a mental breakdown, we're probably not going to have much of a.
Everyone's going to be alone. Everyone's going to be alone.
I would be, to be honest, if the world practically ended and I was living in a sort of compound full of other people, and we were expelling people for having nervous breakdowns, I would be concerned about the person who wasn't having a breakdown of some description and was just like, "Oh, this is fantastic! This is exactly how I want to live." I would be more concerned about that guy.
Keep getting rid of him because there's more food for me. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so you can go.
Something.
It becomes a slippery slope.
We haven't even spoken about cannibalism. In reality, within a short space of time. If you're in the city, I'm in trouble, because you'd be surprised how quick humans turn to cannibalism.
Yeah, and I don't think that's actually part of any of these topics we're talking about tonight. So, eating other people, sure. I mean, it happens. It happens. It's happened all over the world.
You have to prepare for all sorts, and that is part of it as well.
So if you lose a lot of weight, become really emaciated and bony, there won't be much left for you to eat. So you'll be last on the menu. The fat guy goes first.
Fat guy's first. I was just going to say, I'm going to do that jog tomorrow, darling. I've decided.
I don't know. It's
if there's no law and order, people are going to be hungry. They're going to be hungry.
I think in situations where emergency groups happen, where there's if you look at like where people get stranded and there's like several members, it is one of those things that does happen. So I do understand that element can occur. It just is obviously, I don't know if you guys have watched, I don't even want to recommend that series as well recently, because Netflix is out of control these days with some of the shows.
There was a movie, dramatized reenactment of what happened with the Andes Mountain soccer team. They're playing crash in the Andes Mountain.
Yeah,
that was a pretty good movie.
The original movie was called Alive, and they've just redone it, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if they just redone it. I watched it years ago. I thought it was pretty good, but anyhow, no.
It's a true story.
I was gonna springboard off what somebody said earlier, where we're talking about keeping people confined. My issue with that,
thanks, Jules,
is that takes resources. That takes resources, and I'm not talking about resources for the person that's in confinement. I'm talking about the posting of the guard. You might not. I know it doesn't seem like a whole lot, but having one or two extra guys just standing around watching this person, making sure they're not doing what they're not supposed to be doing. I don't know. It depends on how severe the situation is, how much expendable resource you have. Do you have a way to confine them?
Hey, Daryl, you got all kinds of static coming out of your mic. It's like taking over.
That wasn't me speaking.
I know, it was something like going the whole time.
Is it stopped now?
There might be feedback.
Yeah, probably.
I don't know. It could be my Bluetooth too. You know, like I said, I've been having issues with Bluetooth today.
Yeah, I think it's come from yours feed.
Yeah.
Feedback.
The next point in my notes is resource and property rights. Communal resources, all food and water produced through shared labor. For an example, the community garden main well solar array is allocated based on need with extra for those contributing essential, dangerous, or high value labor. B. Private property, all items brought in, personal prepper caches, and items acquired through personal hunting foraging remain private property. Theft of private property is an offense as defined above. C. Inheritance. Members must file a simple written will with the council. In the event of death without a will, the individual's private property reverts to the communal pool. This charter is a living document designed to be simple enough to be remembered by all, but robust enough to handle the primary threats to unorganized group, internal strife, and unchecked power.
For Mike's dictatorship that we all love and want to be part of, I'm sure, there's no private property when it comes to food, water, or weaponry. That would all be communal, and it will all be controlled. Just my thoughts.
Hey, remind me not to hop in my canoe and come across the pond and live on your socialist community there, buddy.
It's all right, Chef Tech. You'll be part of the upper echelon. You're all right.
I think if you're living in a small community, though, I mean, it does make sense to pool resources, certainly around things like weaponry and stuff like that. I mean, if you're a homestead of 50 people and you've got 30 shotguns, but 20 of them are owned by one guy, what's the point of that one guy having all of that? It's why
safe.
not?
It's safe.
They're mine. They're mine. They're all mine. Get out of my house.
We've just literally talked about somebody could just snap in SHTF, and if the guy snaps who has all them, then it's very dangerous. For me, the weaponry thing would be a safety thing. The fact that we've got guards and stuff like that, they'd be issued it. Anyone wanting to leave,
the ones with the guns you've got to be careful with.
And the food,
it's for your safety. We have to take your guns away. I see you.
They're the real nut jobs. The one with the guns there.
But on the same foot, Chef, if somebody bags a deer and brings it back, and they want to keep that all to themselves, well, you know full well that half of that's going to get wasted or cut wrong and stuff like that. That's why it should be communal. That should go dropped on the chef's table and made the absolute most of. You know what I mean?
Well, it's kind of where we come back into the barter system for a lot of these things as well. I mean, let's say, for example, I am the person who has 30 shotguns or something like that, and I want to join your society, your community, because I might have 30 shotguns, but I ain't got no shotgun cartridges. Yous have got all the shotgun cartridges. There could be some sort of barter trade, or I could buy my way into your community by, literally bartering off some of the resources I've got. And eventually you'll form a little clique anyway, like a village, where, the hunter's going to go out and shoot the deer and bring it back. He's not going to eat the whole deer, but he's not got time to plant vegetables and pick them because he's out hunting deer. And, then you have the butcher, the grocer, the, blah, blah, blah. Everybody's
the butcher, the baker, the candlestick maker. Yeah, there's a reason for that
system.
Yeah.
I mean, but it's a system that's there because it's a system that works, because one person is quite difficult to be able to fill all of his own needs, especially if you're living in a place where you have seasonal changes and things like that. I've never liked the idea of everything being like a little communist society where everybody has an equal portion of everything, because I just don't think it's likely to work.
It never has. So anyway.
That's right.
Thanks, Mike.
Communism is.
I'm not trying to create a communist society.
No, he's creating an outright dictatorship. But I am going to say,
what's mine is mine. Get out of my face. Yeah.
I am Kim Jong Mike. All right, listen.
This is Mike Trump. Sorry,
Well,
mate, I've got no papers.
It's in smaller communities. I'm talking. That's why it's resourced for convenience and stuff like
He's
that.
just
If it was
joking.
wide,
He's just joking.
if it's wider world, of course, like private ownership and stuff like that, you know. And if you want to leave at any point, you can take away resources with you because you're entitled to them. Try to be nice.
I was going to say there, depending on the situation. Okay, and like I said, I am very much against the idea of communism. I really am, but
Same.
at the very, like I said, at the very onset of the situation, depending on what the situation is, there might be some elements of communism, but in a temporary fashion. If you can catch my drift.
Yeah. So I mean, just let me throw this out to you guys. You've started a community. Let's imagine it's a small community, 10 houses, 10 families, all 2.4 children, etc. And you say, right, we need to pool all our food. It's the most efficient way to do it. And then one guy who happens to be a prepper doesn't want to share any of his stuff at all. Wants to be involved, but is not sharing any of his food, anything like that. Is that
Hey,
okay?
I worked my whole life to get this stuff. I ain't just giving it away.
Yeah, but if you're going to be part of that community, but then
you can cook your own damn food.
I think that
you'd be happy with that.
I think that in certain situations, if I can just quickly, and I'll close with this because I do need to wrap up here at midnight. But I'll say quickly, in those type of situations, again, it comes down to having that rational point of view and understanding that if a person is a very strong asset to a group, and you have that person on, but he has decided or she has decided that they would not want to be part of that community as well, when it comes to sharing and pooling all the resources, if that individual is not going to be impacting negatively or positively really, and you actually just want that person there because they provide other skill sets as well to your group, there isn't any harm in having that person be slightly outside of your main camp, being able to be almost individual on their own, because if they want to be on their own when it comes to resources, fine. If that's the situation that they would really prefer to go forward with, then it does mean that they don't have any of the pooled resources that the community has, that they don't add or subtract anything. And a lot of the time, if a prepper is in that mindset and he wants to build out his little bug out shelter right outside your camp or something, for example, or he just wants to be added onto the outside of your group, I think that it would be foolish to exclude that person from your group as well. So you also just have to realize that that person understands strictly that they are not going to be allowed to be participants until they decide to. And unfortunately, mostly over time, that person will very likely start opening up, warming up to the community, and very well start pooling their resources when they realize that they're actually missing out greatly, because a community can always, raise their resources together. One thing that I wanted to say from earlier World Survival List before I leave is that if you are going to be growing certain, plants and edibles in any way around your cache areas, you're going to be looking at, obviously, firstly, plants that are very well adapted to the surroundings as well, that do very well in that climate. So that's an important thing. You're also going to be wanting to make sure that you have grafted fruit trees, because a grafted apple tree, for example, will produce in a much shorter time than if you had to hope that a little seedling is going to grow from a seedling. Here comes a herbivore, or here comes pests, they eat the little seedling. There goes that hope of having that tree there. So a grafted tree has a much better success rate. Make sure that you mulch around it as well with a lot of dry leaves, and make sure that you at least get to watering them occasionally, specifically in drier seasons. And you need to look at variants and species of fruit trees, preferably that are self-pollinators, that they don't need to have perhaps 2 or 3 of the other species cross-pollinating in order for them to germinate and produce fruit for you. I definitely love the topic of permaculture and food forests. That's actually my strong suit. If all of us had specific skill sets, that would be where my heart would want to be, amongst the food forest, growing food and trying to make sure that there's enough established for everybody. That's a big thing of mine. We're growing vegetables and then handing them over to Chef Tech to divvy out as food, and then perhaps those peels that he's not using, take them back and use them within the gardening environment, saying hypothetically, so that you can actually increase the mulch, and you start composting it. you get compost heap, you get some worms activated as well for good fertilizer, and you can grow abundantly. But the point that I was making to you, world survivalist, is be very mindful about the grafted on fruit trees. So from a good rootstock, you've got a grafted fruit tree growing out there, one that's self-pollinating, and one that's pretty similar to the surrounding terrain. So it's not a sore thumb that sticks out too much. So preferably one that's an indigenous, that's not going to harm the environment. And I know that you can respect that as well. So thank you to everybody. Love this panel. And what an awesome stream that we've had tonight as well. Really good to meet up with you guys and chat again. Thank you for allowing me on your panel, Shadow.
Thanks.
Take care, Guardian.
Always welcome, Guardian.
Hey,
cheers, Guardian.
I was going, as Guardian leaves, I was going to say the book, if you ever had the chance to read or listen to the audiobook, the book 1 Second After actually does address the issue where you have this one prepper family, that happens to be in the community but doesn't want to be a part of the, it's just best to kind of, leave them be. But I think we all know that, but I'm just saying, I think it's best to leave them be on their own. Like, we'll be there, but we don't want to make them. We don't want to make us into their enemies.
Yeah, it is a great book, and it addresses a lot of the things we've talked about tonight. Actually, Dios, doesn't it? I've actually started Going Home now. The series of that Going Home book you recommended, Dios.
Yeah. Like I said, the first half of the very first book, it's a little slow, but it picks up and it gets good really fast.
Yeah.
The thing is that there is actually a solution to some of the societal thinking that we talk about on these kind of topics, because it always makes me laugh when I hear, eventually we kind of get to a point where we're like, okay, this is the kind of way that I think we would live. And it's always something that's happened in the past anyway. Feudalism is basically what we're now talking about. So in a feudal society, basically in a nutshell, what you've got is land and protection goes down and food and loyalty goes up. In the sense that there's somebody who basically owns the land or says that they own all of the land, and they divide that land up to caretakers, if you like, or nobles as it would have been back in the day, and then they subdivide it again down to other people, which back in the day would have been knights and things like that, and that gets subdivided again down to the peasants who grow on that land. Now, what do the peasants get out of it? Well, they're the ones growing all the food, and they're passing it up the chain of command, as it were. But they're getting a place to live, they're getting the freedom to be able to grow their own food, and they're getting the protection from everybody above, which they can't provide for themselves. So they're basically getting a place to live in protection, and the people at the top are getting manpower and the food that's getting grown by the peasants, as it were, and sending it back up the way. Now, the one thing that feudal Britain, for example, didn't allow, and I think it would have been a better place if it did, but it's hard to do because we're a small country, was it doesn't allow for the prepper or the homesteader to just wander off and say, I don't want to be part of that system, I don't want your protection, I don't want to give any of my food, I just want to be left alone. I'm going to build my cabin right here and leave me alone. Feudal Britain didn't allow that, and a lot of places in the world wouldn't allow that. It was literally enforced on them in some sort of way. In bigger countries where you've seen sort of pioneering and things like that, the Americas, that was allowed for a period of time. Slowly but surely it kind of shrinks in on itself, and you're not really allowed to do that either. But we are basically talking about feudalism as a concept for a small society, like a village-sized community, and that can be expanded out to a town, to a city, to an entire country, to an entire kingdom. Entire kingdoms were run this way for thousands of years. And I think in an SHTF situation, that's genuinely the way we would resort back to. And that falls back to the law and order stuff as well, because it's the king ultimately, or the leader, is the ultimate ruler. But he can't do everything, so that's why he has all these nobles and all these other people below them. And there's a sort of four or five step process where people take control of certain things. And ultimately, I kind of think that's how we would end up. And that's what you should probably prepare for, in my opinion. That's how I imagine the UK turning if, Russia sends off all the nukes and there's just a few 100,000 of us left and millions of people have died. I imagine we would fall right back into that sort of way of thinking and that way of acting
I
until eventually.
like I said, I can agree where you're going with this. I can really, like I said, I do agree. Like I said, I can only see that happening in small scales because when you're in areas, especially like the Americas or Australia, where you got wide swaths. The reason why it worked the way it did in the Americas because we had wide open swaths of land. Too many people spread apart. You're talking about the smaller countries like the UK and everything in Europe. I mean, many of the states here, especially the Western states in the United States, they are bigger than most of the European countries. Like Texas is bigger than Ukraine, and Ukraine, I think, is the largest country with the exception of Russia in Europe. So, like I said, I can see in some cases, yes, we would revert back to some kind of feudalism, but I think in lots of cases, I think it's going to be an amalgamation of different societies.
Yeah, I mean, landmass is definitely a big factor, but the thing that's got to be remembered is when Britain, for example, was a feudal society, there was far less people than there are today. So the country was a bigger country to those people. It wasn't. I can go from the very top of this country to the very bottom of this country in a day in a car. It'd be a horrible drive, but I could do it. But back in those days, if you were on foot or a horse, it would take weeks, months even, because there was no proper road. So feudalism kind of works if you have small populations in relatively small or even large-scale areas. The Americas is slightly different because that was a sparsely countryed continent, but people did actually kind of own the land.
And it still is sparse till this day in a lot of places. It's still very sparse.
Yeah, but I mean, a lot of the land, for example, in the Americas, particularly in the United States, was technically owned by the native people who lived there. But they didn't have a system like feudalism. They had their own tribal system, which
no, you're not wrong. Feudalism. And like I said, and when they weren't owned by the natives, they were conquered by the Spanish or conquered by the French.
Yeah. I mean, and they conquered themselves as well. This is the thing that people miss out. They were always conquering each other and taking each other's hunting ground and land and all this kind of stuff. But
like I said, the Comanches, the Apaches, they're out there slaughtering like the Blackfoot and the Hopi and all them.
Yeah, I mean, it could be the case that in an absolute dire SHTF situation, the Americas would fall back to the way that they were in the sort of 1700s, where you had that colonial type aspiration and the frontiermen and the pioneers and things like that. Or because they've, when we don't live in those times anymore, people are kind of aware of how the world works. I think the most likely scenario would be pockets of smaller nations.
That's kind what I'm thinking.
Yeah, like broken up.
You're still going to have
nations or smaller tribes.
Yeah, in the rural areas, stuff like that, where you're not compact in like the suburbs and that. You'll start having roving mafia. Like, hey, we'll protect you, but we're going to come here once a week, and you need to feed us.
Here's the thing,
Chef. You need to pay his protection.
The mafia is a feudal system.
Oh yeah,
right. They work on the principle of feudalism. So they've got the Godfather's the guy at the top, and he runs a family, and the next people down are the captains. Now the captains then have, I don't know exactly how the mafia works, but captains then have like people who go out and do stuff, and it goes down. But there's basically about 5 or 6 ranks of them, and that's basically feudalism, and that can work at scale for most societies. It's a good system, actually. It works. It works fine.
Yeah, until it becomes corrupt, then it doesn't work.
Yeah, but it does work, but all systems are corruptible. This is the problem. Yeah. I mean, feudalism.
And these days, most systems are corrupt, but that's a topic for another channel.
Yeah, they're all corrupt. I think they're all corrupt. There's no non-corrupt system, but I mean, there's reasons we don't follow feudalism in this country now, because we progressed away from that into urban environments. Feudalism doesn't work that well in large urban areas. The bigger an urban area becomes, the harder it becomes to control. So the growth of London, for example, was the reason feudalism kind of collapsed in Britain. And, that's a whole different history lesson. But we wouldn't have those giant metropolitan urban areas in an SHTF situation. We would have these fragmented villages. And that's a system that I think we would end up sort of falling into, in my opinion. I could be completely wrong. We could actually end up in Mike's sort of communism, for all I know.
There probably will be some communist societies out there, but I'm thinking like I'm honestly got thinking that things are going to break down into some form of tribalism now. How each individual tribes govern themselves, that's going to be on the people that are within those tribes. But like I said, it's gonna. I imagine we're gonna see smaller microcosms, smaller little tiny little states or countries or fiefdoms, if you will.
Hey, you'll have people that
And
take
of course,
over.
the cats got started meowing again.
You'll have like a group of guys or people that take over like one of those giant super logistics centers that are full of food and stuff, all canned goods and that, and they'll take over it and they'll just sit there because they got food, and you want food, you come to them, and it's like, I need some food. Okay, what do you want? Can I get a case of corn? Sure. That'll be give me 20 minutes with your wife. There's no money involved, so they have everything they need. You have nothing they need, or maybe, you have nothing they need. You may have something they want, and that would be its own problem. If you have to want to or need to go somewhere where somebody has a ton of food, what do you got to trade them that they really need? And if you don't have it, they're not going to give it to you. They may not shoot you, but they may not give it to you. And you go away hungry. What do you got? We're looking for women. Okay, I don't have any women. Well, get out of here. Go find some women. I'll give you a couple cans of corn.
Yeah, that's the short term. That's the short term chaos.
That's a real short term. That's like into 1 to 6 months.
Yeah, because there's no sustainability with doing that. Even if you're the person who is in charge of the gang who's taken over the shopping complex, for example, and you've got a warehouse full of food, at some point you're going to look at it and say, well, how long can we actually stay here? And what's the chances of us, when we've eaten all this stuff in 6 months, finding another shopping centre to take over? That's not going to happen.
Somebody else didn't already take over like we did.
Yeah.
We're the ones they're asking for, your women.
Yeah, so they're going to, what they're going to have to do then is think of a system that's more sustainable. And the only way to really have something that's sustainable is to have a body of protection or manpower continuously being fed in, and the resources to feed it. Which again, I know I keep sort of exhausting the point, but eventually you end up back in a feudal system where it's like, okay, you guys go and hunt and grow food, and give us your best, strongest son as well every now and again to fight in our armies to protect all of us collectively in exchange for this food. And in exchange for that, we'll leave you alone and provide you with protection. And then it becomes circular. And that does work for a very long time as well. I mean, that's the longer term version of it. But you'll always get some people who just are bandits, and they simply go from society to society. They're like parasites.
I was going to ask about the feudalism. Part of what led to the ending of the feudalism was industrialization, wasn't it?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm not like a history expert or anything. But
I mean, one could assume that had to play a part into that.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that doesn't work with a feudal society is if you have a large urban dwelling, for example, that's industrialized. Let's say London, for example. London doesn't really function in a way that it's self-sustaining. It can sustain a mass. It can sustain a single mass industry like shipbuilding. So you can build and assemble ships in London at scale, and that's what it's good for doing. What you can't do is grow all the trees that you need for the wood to build those ships, or the metal, for example, depending on what era we're talking about here. So where does that stuff come from? Well, then it has to come from like the countryside where it's mined or grown. So how do you control that in a feudal society? Well, you can't, because London by scale is far larger by population. So nobody in the feudal countryside can provide protection for that place. So the system of we give you protection and you give us the resources we need, sort of protection down, food up. That system doesn't work anymore because the imbalance is the population of the city is now far greater and larger, but far more needy and resource hungry than the rest of the population. If you see what I mean, you know, so industrialization kind of takes that notion away, and then it becomes far easier to have a democratic system or some other system that we now have in the modern day. All of the systems we have in the modern day are basically a product of that system now no longer being able to work. I don't know if feudalism works anywhere else in the world at the moment. There's probably some sort of African countries or some small countries in the world that still runs a system like that, where they have an absolute monarchy, some small islands and things, but I don't think it could work at scale in an industrialized world. But if an SHTF situation was to take place, we're not living in an industrialized world. We're pre that age, and that's why I always kind of fall back to that way of thinking.
Yeah.
You know, you could go further back. I mean, if you go before feudalism, you would have the concept, the hunter-gatherer type stuff, or the tribal. Well, you would have tribalism, then you would have hunter-gathering, and that would be the very beginnings. You know, depending on how terrible the situation is, depends on how far back in the Stone Age you end up going. You know, so that's always what I think about. I always think about the era that the situation is going to put me in, and what did they do in that era to survive and get by. You know, if I get put back in time to the 1930s, then yeah, I imagine we're kind of going to live the way that people did in the 1930s. If we go back to the time where they had no electricity, sort of the early 19th century or whatever, yeah, people got by, but they would have to live that kind of way, you know. And then before that, and so on, all the way down to the point where you're in the Iron Age, the Copper Age, the bloody Stone Age. You know, it goes all the way down.
Yeah.
It's quite hard to know when we talk about SHTF situations, at what point in time we're actually talking about, and how long is it going to be like that for? You know, that's the other thing. You know, you don't want to resort to the Mad Max way of thinking if everything's going to resolve itself a month later.
Yeah.
Well, if it's a
that's what I was saying. The terms we're talking about 1 year terms. We were talking about 1 year terms. It's like we're getting it that, you know, we're assuming that the worst case scenario, things are not coming back for 10 years or longer. We're talking about it's grid down for at least the next 10 foreseeable years, and that's what we're talking about, the 1 year term. Elect. Like I said, that's what I was saying. Maybe in the beginning of the short term, we're talking like 1 month terms or something like that for the leadership, or maybe a week by week type basis.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt there, Shadow.
No problem. Well, it depends on an SHTF situation go over to be a total collapse of the society, and that will probably last for a very long time. That is, in that case, you don't have any law enforcement, you don't have any lawyers, you don't have any courthouses, you don't have any police stations. So you need to build things up from the beginning.
Local law and order takes over, which is why you're talking about this. No national law, no big scale law and order, and then the localized community law and order will have to take over for themselves.
Yeah, and you have no government either. So
that could be a good thing. We might actually thrive. Sorry.
It's interesting. I just very quickly looked up what the main reasons for the collapse of feudalism as a concept was, and it says, according to AI, money replaced land as the main source of power. Kings built professional armies, so they didn't need feudal knights anymore. And the Black Death was the main catalyst, as that killed so many people. The peasants became more valuable and demanded greater freedoms. But basically money is what replaced land, and urbanization is what killed it off.
Yeah, and I meant, well, you were on track then. Talking about London. I was just going to say, then the money was a direct. The money was the cause of the industrialization. That's what it sounds like to me.
Yeah, that became where the power lied. So it no longer became about a king and a bunch of nobles and a bunch of knights having their fair share of the power based on the land that they controlled, because now you had one person who ran a shipyard who was richer than all those people put together, and the whole pyramid falls down when that happens. Now we live in a society where they literally just make money up. It's not even tied to anything real.
Just print it. Yeah, we got money here. I'll just print
ones and zeros on a computer screen.
Yeah.
Fiat. It's called fiat money.
Fiat currency. Yeah.
Usury is a bad thing. That's got to be gone for the future.
What's got to be gone?
Usury.
You okay? Yeah, usury. Yep, gotcha.
Usury. Okay. I thought you were saying sorcery. I'm like, what? I'm sorry.
Sorcery's making a comeback. Don't worry about it.
They're going to end up in hell. They're going to go to hell in the end. That's where they want to go, don't they? That's what they want. So they've got free will. So they chose to go there. So let them go there.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm just reading the news as we're talking, because there's breaking news in the UK that multiple people have been stabbed on a train.
Yeah.
So,
really?
Yeah. Just
now.
They
didn't have guns. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is the thing.
Let me get.
It says, where did it happen?
Probably London or Birmingham or even Manchester or Bradford.
Cambridgeshire.
Cambridgeshire. Wow. Cambridge.
Huntington train station, by the looks of it, or somewhere around there. But I mean, this is the terrible world that we live in, where public transport is literally a death trap, because you can't get off the bloody thing if there's a crazy person on there with a knife.
I agree.
And nobody on that train had any means to defend themselves against a person like that. Isn't that interesting? I'm sure we'll find out more details about it. It happened. The news article only came up 20 minutes ago.
Well, it's good that we've been talking about law and order, because we can see in this so-called civilization that we're living in today, it seems to be anarchy more than law and order. Because, like you're saying, in many situations now, people are finding themselves in death traps, because even getting a cab ain't safe anymore. Even calling a policeman ain't safe anymore for women. So,
well, this is the problem with the breakdown of law and order. I mean, that's the source of a lot of the problem that we've got here, is because
you got some corruption and other weird things built into that too.
Friends of friends in higher places as well. How about that in the SHTF situation? You're starting up a new community. How is the community going to feel about favoritism, for example?
Yeah, you're talking about nepotism.
Yeah.
Well, how come Steph giving you more chicken Kievs than me?
Because I know how to cook it. You want your own chicken Kiev? Make your own damn chicken Kiev. And if you burn it, that was your dinner. Eat the charcoal. Have a nice day.
Eat the charcoal. The benefits of charcoal. I don't know.
Yeah, I made my first loaf of bread in a Dutch oven in a fire with no running water and whatever at my cabin this week. We burned the edge of it a little bit, but I just chopped that off. It was
tasty.
Awesome.
Tasty. The simplest foods are the tastiest.
Oh yeah.
Few minimal ingredients.
I was afraid I was going to attract all my relatives. You know, those raccoons out in the woods. Start stealing my food.
Well, you know, certainly we've touched along a lot of things, and certainly where the skills and the assets of the community that is a good to focus on the positive aspects rather than the negative aspects, because you don't want to sort of be having daily dramas. You know, try to make them look, for the sake of women and children and for the sake of the sanity. You know, try to keep it to it. Don't sort of overemphasize the fact that someone's a nut job, or the fact that someone stole some bread. Although these issues are important, you know, the main issues is the, you know, being able to sustain yourselves in the situation, and that should be the primary focus. So looking at everybody's skill set is great. I mean, someone might be able to hunt really well in the scarce times and say, "Chef, you know, I've managed to get 5 rabbits." And, all right, 5 rabbits between 100 people ain't a lot, but maybe Chef can come up with something. You know, everybody else. You know, I've got a friend who's a chippy handyman. Good to know. Someone else. Get to know these people from now. Get to, you know, take down phone numbers. Oh, this person's a doctor. This person's a carpenter. You know, maybe try to formulate your community now. Maybe, you know, instead of waiting for the comms to go down, the internet to go down, start from now. See if you've got any friends that are like-minded. Would you like to meet up once a week, once a month even? We're starting this little prepping community thing. And, you know, because when the SHTF situation is happening, it's very hard to communicate. No one knows who's where's my daughter, where's my dad, where's my mum. And if the phone's gone down, you know, but if you've got something in place now, it could be a good idea.
Yeah.
And also make a note of the people that you might think are going to cause trouble. Shall I tell them about my idea? You know, yeah, you've got to be aware. You know, if you know someone's got like satanic tendencies and likes to sacrifice little cats and dogs, you know, are you going to bring that person in your community where you've got cats and dogs and children and women and people, you know? So, yeah, you know, it's all relevant.
Yeah, I think that goes back to what we were talking about earlier about assessing the individual who you're sort of bringing into your network and making a decision based on, is this the kind of person I want around me, basically? I mean, they can go and do their own thing, you know, and that's, you do that in life when you have sort of friends. Who do you invite into your house?
Exactly.
You know, yeah, you try and invite people in that are as close to you as possible from a values point of view. Do they share my values?
Yeah, exactly. You know, my beliefs, because, you know, actually believing in good things is not a bad thing. I can't understand, you know, sometimes I get opposition because if I believed in sniffing cocaine, watching boxing, watching cage fighting, everybody's fine with that. Womanizing, everybody's fine with that. The moment I say, well, actually, I'm a bit more spiritual, all of a sudden I get sort of all kinds of. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because it's a test of character, and at the end of the day, you know, I'm there to be helpful, not to be against anybody, but knowing that there's a lot of evil in the world, we need to be able to counter that evil with love and with positive. I'm not going to go down the road of saying things like positive thinking and no, it's more to do with by faith, you know, because you can't lose it. If you're in a bad situation, you've got to try and keep your head, like we said earlier. You've got to try and stay calm. And assess the situation.
Yeah, it's always about continuous assessment of what's going on and making micro adjustments based on you know, the update of whatever particular situation you're in at that given time. And I mean, the thing, there is one thing to be said though about inviting a little bit of diversity of opinion into any kind of group. I mean, the chances are that if you live in say a street, for example, and you're having a group of 50 people get together, and we're all going to have this little collective, the 50 of us are going to try and do what's best for each of us and look after each other and things like that to get through these difficult times. I mean, if you're turning people away because they have, a different political view or a different religious view or some other, then you're going to be turning a lot of people away. There has to be a bit of a diversity there because people are diverse in opinion and thoughts. I mean,
can I ask you a question, Alan?
Extreme stuff, though.
You're saying diversity. What has happened because as a consequence of this diversity? What you're talking about?
I think he's talking about a different kind of diversity rather
than
I'm
talking. Mine's different.
You're thinking of their derail.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, what I'm talking about is a diversity of opinion, basically. So it might be the case that somebody wants to
diversity of opinion or diversity of skills.
Yeah. Diversity of skills is probably a better way of putting it. Actually, better way of phrasing it. If you're just going to say, well, tell me what you can do that's handy, that I think is a good skill, and it's not something traditional. So they're not going to say I'm a carpenter, I'm something, I'm blah blah blah. This person might say, well, I don't know. Try to think of some random thing off the top of my head. He's a plastics fabricator, and you think a plastics fabricator. Well, what the hell's that got to do with anything? I don't really want to invite you into my camp and share my resources with you because your skill doesn't sound like it's got anything to do with something that could be of use to us. But it might turn out that plastics fabricator knows about manufacturing generally. He might understand how to separate the plastics around our area to make them into more useful things. I mean, there's other things there. And if we exclude people entirely based on our first impressions or what we think wouldn't be a useful resource in some way because they were different to what we were expecting, we could be throwing away a really good resource there. That person might have some other, adaptation or use that we just don't know about. What I'm not talking about is the diversity that we see nowadays where they just put completely random weird people into our society and, do things that are bad.
Yeah. And think it's actually totally normal to them.
Yeah.
In some circumstances.
Depends on where they came from and all that stuff. So they have their own rules and laws that they try to bring with them.
It's rather
like somebody once said, you can't bring there here without here becoming there.
Yeah,
it doesn't work like that.
Yeah,
this is what we do. This is what we have. These are our rules, laws, regulations, whatever you want to call it. This is the way we live.
Our traditions.
Don't come in here and absolutely bring everything you got and try to nullify everything we have. That never works well. I don't care what society you're in. It doesn't work well. I can't go to some foreign land south of Europe and just bring a ton of people there and try to change them. No, they'll kill me. That's their style. So,
I mean, you could even see it at something of a microcosm based on what we're talking about just now, where I can imagine people who have just lived in a city, for example, for their whole life. To them, the concept of how a society works is they do some sort of labor or some sort of skill, they give up their time, and in exchange they get given food. They don't know where the food came from. They kind of have a vague concept of it, but they don't understand longevity of how long it takes to grow or make or produce that.
There's people here in the U.S. that think that the local supermarkets have some sort of magic mythical machine in the back that literally produces food. They don't have the basic concept why it's important that we've got farm fields out here that grow large amounts of crops or got feedlots with cattle to raise the livestock and everything in.
I mean, so I can imagine where you've got a rural community that's banded together. It's made up of sort of farmers and homesteaders and things like that, and they understand the importance of things like we need to grow hay to feed the livestock, to feed the animals, and blah blah blah. And then you've got a society of more urban dwelling people who are like, no, to hell with that. We eat that stuff right now. You know, why are you wasting time growing grass when we should be eating cows?
Yeah.
They're not really making the connection that you kind of need the grass
Yeah.
to have the cows and so
it
on.
could be a teachable moment, but
Yeah.
only to those who want to learn and understand, who go,
Learn.
wow, I didn't know that. Not like, oh, you're full of crap. I go to the store, I buy my stuff, and that's where it is. Where's my food? I want my food. Give me food. I want to buy food.
Yep,
Here's $1 million. I want food. It's like, dude, I don't have any food. It hasn't grown yet. What do you mean it hasn't grown yet? Just go to the store and get it. I mean, yeah, there is that.
Yeah, and it also comes down to what's the priority of that person who's trying to make the decision. I mean, if, let's say, for example, there was like some sort of conflict going on after this SHTF situation, and you're a standing army, it might be that you just need to live there for as long as possible for the month, and then move on to the next place. So it makes perfect sense to you to just eat everything on the farm, get yourself through the month, and then move on to your greater mission of whatever that is. That makes absolutely no sense to the people who are growing the stuff on the farm. And so you've got a conflict there. And you have to then work around that conflict and have some sort of body of rules and way of defending against that.
We had that very issue you were talking about. We had that very issue here in the States. We had Union armies that would come in and march in these homesteads and literally take everything. Just take everything. This is during the first American Civil War. We had that very thing, what you're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, and you can see the utility of if you're an army and your entire point is just to get from one place to the next, and like a locust, you're sort of just plowing your way through there. You're going to hoover up the resources as you go. That's your priority. That to you is survival.
Your logistics. Your logistics basically, starts and ends at each of the freaking farms and homesteads you go to. Basically, essentially pillage, at least as far as the resources are concerned.
Yeah, and this is the thing about these kind of small society scenarios that a lot of people just don't think about. I mean, let's say, for example, everybody in my street decides to pull together all of the food that they've got in order to share it amongst us, and I happen to say, well, I'm one man and a dog, and then somebody else in the street says, well, dogs are edible. It's like, should we waste food on the dog or should we eat the dog? Now, to them, that's a perfectly reasonable thing to say, because
I took a Korean cooking class. I can work.
Yeah. But you can imagine it from my point of view. I'm thinking, no, to hell with you. I'm going to defend my dog now. Now I'm in a conflict with a society over a dog. And these are the kind of things that would escalate in a time like that people just kind of don't think about. Do I want to be part of the society and sacrifice my dog for the greater good where it goes in the pot? Or do I want to fight to the death to make sure it doesn't go in the pot? Either one of those decisions
and
to me
going to the pot anyway because you're dead. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, but either one of those decisions to me is going to be bad. So I'm going to have a bad time regardless. Yeah. Because I'm not likely to win that battle in any one of those scenarios. And those are the other things that you have to think about,
Don't worry. Kim Jong Mike is going to take care of you.
Kim Jong Mike.
What? Wait, what? Yeah, you missed it, Mike.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cows.
They're eating the cats. The 1 second book after book also addresses this. My question to you, Alan.
I was going to say the same thing.
My question to you, Alan: if food was that scarce, would you see your dog slowly starving rather than put it out of his misery and potentially feed your children at the same time?
Well, see, it becomes a case of what do I prioritize more than anything else. If I've got my child with me and my dog, and all three of us are equally starving to death slowly, I would feed my dog to my child, even though I really love my dog. Now,
it depends on how bad the child is. I might feed the child to the dog.
But the problem with that concept is it only ever goes in one direction for me. So eventually, I mean, I could change the scenario. I could be in a room where there's me, my child, and somebody else's child, and we're all equally starving to death. what do I do then? Then we come back down to sort of the weird cannibalism sort of notion and things like that. So it just becomes an argument of not so much logic. I tend to try and employ logic with most of the scenarios that I think about. But when it comes to things like protecting your own children, logic goes out the window. There is no logic. Would it be logical for me to start a fight with a community over the life of a dog? Not really, but I still would. So this is the reason for people not having, sometimes people do things that are against logic, especially in SHTF situations. I would fight to the death to protect my dog, and it's just a dog.
Yeah, you've got to weigh it up as well. You've got to weigh up as well. A dog's very valuable. A dog is very valuable for a community too. It's also a guardian. You might have livestock. You might not have people that are staying up all night. Okay, you might have watchmen, but it's very handy to have a dog. And I think as preppers, you need to think about these things now and say, well, am I going to be starving in SHTF? Have I got good prep? Okay, if you get to an extreme point where you're thinking about your dog now and your children, well, that's very heavy. To get into that situation in the first place, where you've totally not thought about long-term, survival, like Guardian was saying, thinking about growing stuff. You've got to the point where you're starving. Why have you got to the point where you're starving?
Marty just said, and what if you realize your child is far worse and weaker than the other child?
Yeah, but to me, that still wouldn't matter because I'm only going to prioritize my own child. And I mean, the thing about the animals is an interesting concept as well, because I'm talking about dogs. In our society, dogs, we all relate to that because dogs are primarily just pets or working animals. But let's say, for example, I'm sitting here stroking a chicken. I switch off the camera here and I stroke the chicken. But I go into one of you guys' societies and say, no.
As long as you're not choking it on camera, we don't mind.
Yeah, as long as you're not choking it.
Yeah, but you can imagine like somebody coming into a community and having a pet chicken or a pet pig, and everybody else saying, we're bloody starving here and you've got a chicken. Wow. Of course you've got to put that in the pot.
Yeah. But I mean, to me, if I'm hungry enough, your dog starts to look like a chicken.
If you take my chicken away, I'm going to be that guy you don't want in your compound.
Chicken. Yeah, when you're hungry enough, his dog's going to start to look like that chicken. All right.
Yeah.
So.
But for me, if it was somebody else's dog, for example, and I've got a starving kid, I would then start thinking about, you've got a dog, I could feed my kid with the dog. If it's the other way around, I'm going to go all John Wick. Wow. This is the problem.
Your dog sat there thinking.
They're just randomly talking about eating us.
Yeah, I saw a film like that. It was an American film. This guy was in the wilderness and he's got a German Shepherd and they're sitting in this sort of bushes and they're starving. And then the guy starts looking at the dog in a funny way. And the dog is so smart, German Shepherds are well smart. So the dog thinks, oh no, he's looking at me in a funny way. And just at that moment when the guy sort of tries to lunge forward to grab the dog so he can kill it and eat it, the dog ran away. The dog realised.
I mean, you can never really predict how you really would react, but here's a weird sort of spin on it. See, if it was just me and my dog in the woods and we were on a desert island and we were both starving to death, I still wouldn't kill and eat my dog. I would starve to death. Or I would hope.
What kind of shitty survivalist are you?
I would. But Mike, it's easy saying it. It's easy saying it. Your companionship sometimes becomes very important as well. The companionship. If you're on this island with this dog, that becomes your everything. That companionship becomes everything. And
I get it, and I like dogs, and I see the whole emotional side of it. I just think when pushed to that brink, if a bunch of footballers in the Andes can eat their dead friends' asses,
wow, yeah,
but they're already dead. Yeah, this is the thing.
So what if the dog croaks on the island first? Could you then eat?
What if the dog tries to kill you? What if the dog fancies you for dinner?
No. That's a valid point, because dogs will go to revert into pack animals much more before you will, and that dog will turn on you before you will turn on it.
And there's absolutely no way I would be able to fend this guy off. I mean, once he gets that look in his eye, that's it. You know what I mean?
You might be too weak to fend him off by that point, because
Exactly, you might be, exactly. And then you could get like
I tried to get a chicken wing off him one time. It wasn't pretty.
It's one of those things. Nobody ever wants to think about things like that when it comes to pets, but I think it's another thing we could theorize, and we could say we're going to do one thing all day long until we're in that situation.
I agree.
Yeah.
And in the book, without too many spoilers, in the book, he has this same dilemma. These dogs have been so loyal, absolutely amazing, and in the end, he couldn't physically eat it, but he knew the dog had to be put down because it was just suffering. So he let another family then have that food, kind of.
Yeah.
Hey,
I mean, we're not going to give away the last bit. We're not going to give away the last bit. They need to read the book.
I won't give away the last part of the book.
In some cases, it's actually factored into some sort of survival situation. I can't remember which movie it's in, but it's like a cowboy movie. And they say, "What's the name of your horse?" They says, "Why would they give a name to something I have to eat? I might have to eat." You know, they simply factored in the pack animal as being the last resource that they will have. And so they had no attachment to it whatsoever. And that was a common thing as well for certainly hunter-gatherers and things like that. So pack animal the thing in and eat the animal as you go. And keeping live animals is also a very good process in survival. I read a book about...
That's what they did back in the 18th and 19th century sailing ships. For the officers would usually get really nice meals, and they'd have they keep live goats, live chickens to feed to the officers, while the enlisted, they ate salted meat.
Yeah, turtles were a great resource for sailors because they keep a long time. Actually, turtles, they don't eat very much and they're quite easy to keep. So they would keep these large tortoises as well, huge tortoises on like the Galapagos Islands. You could keep them on the ship for months before they would eat them, and they almost made them go extinct by doing that. But I mean, we're slightly off topic here talking about random stuff like that, but it's definitely I mean, if I was a prepper, not a prepper, a homesteader, and I was able to grow my own resources, I would definitely grow chickens and rabbits because those are fantastic resources. I would
breed prolifically. Yeah.
Raise
chickens, rabbits, and goats.
I don't want to see you trying to grow chickens by planting another chicken. I'm just throwing that out there.
All this talk of food's making me hungry. Plus, I haven't seen my wife in a week, so she'll be home in 15 minutes. I will catch you guys next week, or Mike maybe during the week.
All right, later, Chef.
Yeah, definitely.
Take care, Mark.
Right, speak to you later. Soon.
Thanks for stopping by.
Still just try to follow some of the stuff that's going on online, but just the usual waffle by the looks of it until more news comes out.
Yeah.
What happened to Bob? He didn't stay on very long tonight.
Yeah, he disappeared. Yeah, he kind of dropped out.
Yeah, he had probably his reasons for that.
Home Secretary urges public to avoid speculation. Well, it's all right. If you give us information, we won't speculate. Anyway, sorry.
Mass knife attack on train. I'm thinking Mormons.
Yeah, I was thinking that. I was thinking disgruntled toddlers.
Yeah.
I had a chicken once. What was that? It was ill. That needed to be dispatched. I had to ask my mate to do it. Yet I can butcher a rabbit. It's the thing. Yeah, you do grow attached to things, but you'll be surprised what you're capable of when it comes to survival kind of things. But I would highly recommend researching how to do it properly and humanely for all of the above.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I have a close friend who was forced to put down a cat in such a manner He wasn't being grotesque about it. He just did what he had to do. But the manner in which he had to do it, I don't think I have it in me to do that. Like I said, I love cats. I absolutely love cats. I don't think I could do that. Like I could probably dispatch it with a firearm, but I cannot do what he did. I'm not that hard. I just don't have that in me.
Like I say, it's different when we have a choice, right? That's the whole thing. It's so when it's somebody else's problem, it's different and stuff like that. When it comes down to my child is starving, I think a lot of people's opinions would change.
Yeah, I mean, I think most
as
people
as far as fighting to the death, like I said, I don't have any children. I don't have a wife. Like I said, it'd be a miracle if I ever do have kids. But I'd fight to the death for the 2 cats that I've got because they're all I've got as far as family's concerned.
That's it. And as long as you're prepared enough, I mean, you probably won't have that issue anyway, right?
I mean, everybody's
that's the main reason why I stock food. I don't have to make those hard decisions, or I can at least add some time before we come down to that decision.
Yeah.
Like I'd have a hard time eating somebody's dog. You know what I mean? Like I mean, I don't love dogs, but I do like them. Like them enough that I couldn't feel comfortable wanting to go and try eating them.
I think it's about how quick you act for a sustainable future in this situation, right? If it's got down to the point where the dogs are starting to look like chickens, it means you didn't plant food when you should have planted food. You haven't been out foraging and scavenging. You haven't done. I mean, if you've waited till all your preps have run out before you've got to that point where you're thinking, oh no, what do I do next? Then you've kind of failed on the first hurdle. So you shouldn't be using your prep supply as a countdown clock and getting to day 1 and then thinking, oh my god, I need to go and plant 100 potatoes. You should be looking at sustainable ways to keep going straight away, and never have to be forced into them difficult decisions.
I think there's definitely agree with some cultural hurdles as well that sort of prevent you from looking at dogs that way. But if you were talking about like a pet pig, a pig is just as smart as a dog, and yet I don't think people would have as much of a problem butchering a pig, or especially one that wasn't their pet directly. If it was feeding them in such a way. But I was going to say as well, I mean, everybody's probably familiar with the survival story of Robinson Crusoe. The fictional story of the guy on Desert Island and all that.
Oh yeah.
No, I can't say I've heard that one.
Yeah, well, what a lot of people don't know about that is actually based on a real life person called Alexander Selkirk. And if you read,
what's the name of the book again?
Yeah, you can. I don't want to spoil it. It's called Robinson Crusoe, though. But I tell you what, read the real life story of Alexander Selkirk. And he had some, let's say, emotional support animals on that island with him, and they weren't all for eating. But I mean, people do weird things when they're on islands, and he kind of battled with the concept of what he would eat and what he wouldn't eat, and he actually grouped them into 2, and it was all to do with goats. That's all I'll say.
Oh dear. I like Stuart Lonnon's comment in there. He said, as a child, we had 3 pet chickens. Mine was called Paxo. My brother and sisters named theirs Oxo and Bisto. There you go. So you're pre-naming them ready for eating. I like it.
Well, what the hell? That one Canadian, Thor, he comes on here every now and then. I haven't seen him in a while. I know he named his cattle, like I think he named one like T-Bone, the other one like Beefy or something like that. Just different names, sirloin and stuff like that, because they're going to be eaten anyway.
Wow.
Yeah, I think farmers, I mean, they've learned to, because farmers care about their animals. They spend a lot of their time and resources into them. But especially if you're raising animals for meat, then there has to be a level of detachment there. Otherwise, I mean, can you imagine the trauma that you'd be inflicting on yourself if you grieved for every animal that you had to put to slaughter?
Or the type of psychopath you might be, unknowingly making yourself into.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. So, I mean, you can label attachment to just about anything, though. That's the thing. I mean, there are people who would fight to the death over their pet chicken, because they didn't raise that chicken to be eaten. But there's also maybe even the same person would have 10 other chickens that they don't consider pets, and they couldn't care less if they get put in the pot. But it's the same thing. They're literally from the same brood or whatever. It's a mental capacity thing as to where you segregate what you think is acceptable and what isn't acceptable. And it's much easier to take somebody else's than it is your own.
Yes.
Can you imagine the emotion of someone who's like loves their chicken so big
This
time,
is very
and it's the end of the world, and all they got left is their pet mate chicken. And then you're in a community, and you go to the toilet, and you leave your chicken somewhere for 2 seconds, and someone grabs it and eats it, and then you come back and your chicken's gone. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, it would be devastating to that person, and the emotion. The thing is, the emotional reaction to that person would, provoke, could be dangerous. It could be hostile. But equally, if we're talking, we're talking about law and order here and the society collapse. I think if, let's say, food wasn't as not plentiful, where nobody's starving to death, there is enough food there, and you've got this person who has a pet chicken, okay, and then somebody maliciously, just because they fancy chicken, because there's no chicken, there's plenty of other food, but there's no chicken, they just decide, to hell with it, I'm going to eat that chicken anyway. In my opinion, that person had that's a criminal act, and there has to be a mechanism in place for punishing the person who's damaged that other person's property, that chicken, because it's inflicted damage on the human by killing the chicken.
I was gonna say actually, like in the Americas, there, livestock wrestling, and it still happens to this day in some areas of the states. But livestock wrestling is a crime punishable by death.
Wow.
Yeah, no joke. Like if you're caught wrestling cattle, it was a hanging offense.
Wow. And same with horses as well. If you stole someone's horse, that's a bad thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you've got to have, some kind of, you can't just lose the plot completely and just totally forget about everybody's kind of feelings as well. I mean, all right, people might laugh at that, but you've got to have again. It's unusual. What if it was a child who was autistic and it was their only friend in the world? Like they can understand. I don't know. Like
I get where you're going with that.
Yeah, the kid's autistic and he's never spoken to anybody since he's met this chicken. This chicken made him speak his first words. I don't know. My friend. And then, probably people laughing. There's probably people laughing at that. They're thinking stuff.
No, I'm not laughing. Like I said, you bring up an excellent point.
There's other people out there that probably laugh at that and say, stuff them. They don't care. I'll eat the chicken. They don't care about anybody else. This is why the world is the way it is today, sadly. Selfishness and greed, and they can't share the resources. So, we're talking about even family-related people that have a disagreement, and then they rope in the millions of people. Okay, I'm not going to go down that avenue, and it's a big subject, but this is the world we live in. It's a battle of resources. They're fighting over the Silk Road. It's all about the same stuff, the same resources, but quite often it's family members that have a disagreement, and then all us lot, just a normal. I mean, Alan still calls people peasants. Alan,
yeah.
Do you believe that people are peasants and that there's people that are elite? I don't think you believe that.
Do I believe people are peasants?
Yeah.
Sorry, I missed the first part of your. I'm not sure what you're asking.
Well, I was just sort of. I know you don't. I know you don't think like that. But I was just thinking how people are very selfish in the world, and you know, and we're talking about it now. How do we sort of manage the resources what we got? You know, how do we keep law and order? I mean, it's quite deep. It's quite deep, even to the point of a pet chicken. You know, it's important to not lose track of some things. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I think, like I said earlier, it kind of depends.
You feel better now that you're a cat.
It depends what the variable is. It depends what the situation is. But I think most people have a sense of what's right and what's wrong in the time. Most people in the time know what's fair and what's unfair and what's just and what isn't just. I think people have a feeling for that based on the circumstances that they're in. You know, if you're on a life raft and you're debating with the other people in the life raft how much water each person should have, everybody's aware of the scenario that they're in, and they're thinking about it like that. That would make no sense if you were talking about water distribution and you were in a watery place, you were in the rainforest or something. So it's entirely case dependent, and you know, the world is a dangerous place. That's why I named my channel that way. It's why I gave myself the name World Survivalist, because it isn't just about surviving in woodlands. It's literally the world. Being on a train is a bloody dangerous thing to do in this country now. And so you have to approach using a train from a survivalist mindset.
Baking something.
People laughed at me having. They say, "Why have you got an Israeli bandage in your EBC carry in London?" I said, "Well, stabbings happen everywhere now. You can go on a train, there's stabbings. You get people on a bus, people walking down a road, anywhere. You know, so having some first aid with you."
A lot more than it should have. More than once? Yes. Or I should say more than zero. More than once, I've done it more than 0 times. Because somebody, I don't know, can't put my finger on it.
Dior, we're getting a lot of feedback from Dior.
Oh, sorry about that.
But yeah, I mean, it's definitely true what you say. I mean, if you live in London, and you feel the need to carry an Israeli bandage around with you in case you come across somebody that has a bleed, then yeah, I mean, that's an absolute possibility in a city as big as London. Could be from a road traffic accident, could be from crime,
anything. Yeah.
You know, anything. Yeah, I mean, I do take. I am one of those people though that kind of think society has never been more peaceful. This is the thing that people always forget. We're living in the most peaceful period in history. It doesn't feel like it, and it definitely isn't the case for some people in certain countries. But we really are living in the most peaceful of times at the moment. And
when people used to get garroted.
Yeah, I mean, we live in a society though where we get instant news. So the breaking news that's going on in the UK right now, I've got a screen to the left of me and I'm reading it. I'm reading it on the Discord channel and I'm reading it on the news. So I'm getting fed information just now about a crime that's happened hundreds of miles from where I live. It has nothing to do with me and I can't control it at all. 20 years ago when we didn't have the internet and stuff, I wouldn't even know this is going on until tomorrow, or maybe it's 11 o'clock just now, so the news wouldn't even be on. I wouldn't find out about this until 9 o'clock in the morning tomorrow. But it seems to me like it's happening all the time because I'm getting fed the information all of the time. It's definitely the case that crime goes up and down, but we are living in a more peaceful society in the world. I mean, you live in London and you see people do get stabbed there all the time, which is true. But I mean, Greater London has a population of 12 million people. How many people have you seen stabbed? I mean, how many people have you had to use your Israeli bandage for? I would suspect
in my area, there isn't a year passed in the last 10 years where someone hasn't been stabbed to death.
But have you seen it?
I've been in the vicinity. Not seen it physically. I've seen many altercations.
Yeah.
I've seen people that are stabbed in Camden Market. Someone got stabbed in the chest, and he was approaching me, and he was struggling to speak obviously because his chest was punctured, and I knew him, Scottish guy, And I knew the guy who stabbed him as well, over drugs. And I mean, how did I know? Well, I mean, you know people. If you've got eyes, you tend to sort of make notes. Like, this person is okay. This person is involved with this stuff, so beware. This person is like that. You have to be like that in London. You say, you know, you're like that every day. Well, I am like that every single day I walk out of my house. I'm vigilant, double vigilant, treble vigilant, because I've seen people that have been stabbed. I have seen it, brother. And I've heard people getting stabbed to death around the corner from me. Innocent woman standing on her balcony. There was a barbecue going on downstairs. No, it wasn't arranged. It was just some people. They thought, right, we're just going to have a barbecue. It turned out it was a gang, and they were having and then another gang sort of done a drive-by shooting, and they shot randomly, and this bullet went and hit this old lady who was standing on the balcony. She's like, what's going on down here then? She's having a look downstairs, and she got shot in the leg. Other people stabbed to death. Innocent people stabbed to death, got caught up in gang sort of related things, and they just became a victim of that. But this other chap I saw in Camden Market, who got stabbed in the chest, he was struggling to breathe. We called an ambulance for him. He survived. But yeah, I mean, I see it all the time in Camden. In London, it's got very bad. It's actually got very, very bad. I mean, you're saying there's not been as much peace, but trust me, round here, it's very bad.
Yeah, I think it's about weighing up the risk factor and adapting as you go. I mean, if I was to look up the statistics of stabbings, for example, in the town that I live, I've no idea what it is, by the way, but let's say it's 5 people a year. And given the population of my town, I would think, okay, that's terrible, but I'm probably not concerned enough to go out and start wearing a stab-proof vest to go to the shops. I'm not going to prep for that. I'm not going to prep for the possibility of being stabbed, because that's still quite low, in my opinion. It's obviously terrible for those people, but it's still low by population.
Yeah, this is what everybody's got to assess their situation.
Yeah, but see if suddenly, for some reason, it was 5 people a day, then I would possibly go out and buy myself a stab-proof vest. Or if it was a gun, a bulletproof vest. Or it's all about monitoring your situation and taking sensible precautions, especially because, like, we're talking about law and order here. I don't really trust law and order as reliable enough to come to my aid if something like that was to take place. Certainly not fast enough, anyway. So I would not rely on any external source like the law to come to my aid. I would preemptively try to think to myself, this is a symptom of something that's going on where I live right now. What preventative measures can I take to better protect myself or my family? And even if that is something as simple as traveling on a train, I'm always weighing up the risks. What's the risk of me doing that? Is there a high likelihood of the train crashing? Maybe there's a spate of like dodgy engineering going on. Then I'd maybe prepare for that. Or what about train crime? We've seen some of that go on in the world, but you have to take everything with a bit of perspective on. You can't prepare for every scenario and every single thing that happens throughout the entirety of the world, because you wouldn't leave your house.
No, yeah, that's right. It's difficult. You just still got to be vigilant as well. I mean, yes, we've got to live without fear. You don't want to be living in fear all the time, because that's you need to have some joy in your life, and that's really very important, to have that a little bit of humor. In many situations that seem to be dire, some people use humor, singing, to give themselves encouragement, and we need to encourage people. A community would need to encourage each other. It's going to be okay. We're going to get through this. But coming back to the fact, it depends on your situation. If you live in a place that's not so crime infested or whatever, you probably not need to be sort of defensive. But still, you still hear stories of things happening in little villages and little towns in the middle of nowhere. People saying this has never happened here before.
That's the same
Yeah.
people that don't prepare because they think it'll never happen to me.
Yeah.
It's 53,047 total offences, knife crime offences in the UK last year.
You see, it's got crazy.
That's a lot.
And not only that, they're having daylight fights. We're talking not just one or two people having a knife fight. We're talking 3 or 4 on one side, 3 or 4 on the other side, and they're sort of having a battle in the street in the middle of daylight. And you're like, what's going on here then? And like, you've got cars driving past, you've got people going in and out of shops, and there's just 8 people in the street having a machete fight.
Yeah, it's scary.
It is scary. So, I mean, okay, think to yourself, I'm going into an area where there's a lot of people. Do I really need to go into that area? Is it safer for me to go into that area in the morning? Prepping for a long-term absence of law and order. Okay, going to the shops might not be as easy as before, or getting preps might not be as easy. What do I do? Is it a safe hour to go in the morning, in the afternoon? You've got to weigh it all up, everything you got. But, like we're saying as well, as preppers, try and do that stuff from now. When you go shopping, get a few bags of extra pasta, a few more baked beans, a few little bits of pieces. Each time you go shopping, just get a few more. You'll be surprised over a period of 6 months. And people were getting caught out. Oh, never had a face mask. Oh, I never had hand sanitizer. I never got batteries. I haven't got this. I haven't,
Out of that statistic, Daryl, sorry, just 15,862 of them were in London boroughs.
Wow. You see? Wow.
It's got a borough breakdown here of all the different boroughs and stuff.
See, the thing is, though, about it is possible to sometimes. I don't like to use the term over prepare, but you can prepare in the wrong direction for certain things. So, I mean, that's a lot of people getting attacked in the UK with knives, for example. But I'm looking at a couple of statistics as well. The global average for homicide is 6.9% per 100 people. That's according to the UN. So 6.9% of 100 people will be victims of homicide in the world. Now, the UK has a homicide rate from 2020 of 1.0 per 100. So that puts the UK at 174th in the world in terms of homicide rates. So although 50-odd thousand people getting attacked by knives is a lot of people, there's nearly 70 million people in the UK. So what's the chances of you being one of those 50-odd, those 50,000 people? Incredibly low. And then when you break it down further into who are the people that are getting stabbed, well, it's usually gangbangers stabbing each other. So you take away that aspect of it. What about just random people like we've tragically seen just now? How often does that happen? Well, it happens a few times a year for sure, but in the grand scheme of things, from a population point of view,
recently it's been happened a few times this week. You look at the guy walking his dog. You look at the one that was walking in the bank. There's something happens, something in the air right now. That means it's.
Is it happening more, or are we just on a run of news reports where we're hearing more about it?
I would say
recently, there's nothing new under the sun. There's people dying thousands of years ago, and there's people dying now. There's nothing new under the sun, and mankind is doing the same things that they've been doing for thousands of years. And as a consequence, other people are dying.
But what we need to know is it happening more just now or not? That's the key.
It's happening more in the aspect. It's happening more in the aspect of a terror incident. It's not happening more in the aspect of knife crime. Most of that's domestic. You're being caught cheating. She's gone nuts. That kind of thing. Most of it is domestic when it comes to knife crime, or like you say, there's gangs on gang crime and stuff like that. But the reason we're seeing it more now is because it's an increase in terror-related knife crime, which is more newsworthy than Sheila stabbed Dave because he was shagging Edith.
And I suppose it's also unlikely that because of the rise of terror and ice crime, the other kind of knife crime went down. That's not likely. So you now have an extra thing so
Yeah.
more people are. That's a layer of criminality on top of criminality, you know.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
But that's the reason we hear about it more, is because that is not more noteworthy, more newsworthy.
Yeah, I do always like to keep the perspective of statistics in mind when I hear these things, because the media love to sort of push this. It's kind of like, see, when you hear a plane crashes and then suddenly a week later you hear about another plane crash, and then a week later you hear about another one. You think, what the hell? They're falling out of the sky. No, it just so happens that planes crash on average every couple of weeks, but they don't report it in the news because it's not newsworthy. But when it happens once, they have a news cycle and they report it. They try and find similar stories to get clicks. It's kind of like YouTube. You post a video, it's successful. You think, oh bloody hell, that one worked. I'll make one exactly the same but change the title slightly, you know, and the hope that it kind of gets more view. And that the news do the media does the same thing.
Well, it's 11:15, Shadow.
It is late.
Yeah, it's up down to you what you want to do, Shadow.
Well, it's late, so I think I'll wrap things up. I think it's time for that now.
Well, thanks for having us on. I'm going to say good night from now, but I'll leave you do your thing, and then I'll get off. Good night to you, Mike and Alan, and everybody in the chat.
Yep,
good to see you, dear love. So, thanks, guys, for stopping by. I appreciate it. Thanks, Mike. Thanks, Alan. Thanks, dear love. Thanks to yours. Thanks, Bob, for stopping by and join me on the panel. I appreciate it. It's always a pleasure to have you guys. And yeah, Magic Acres. Always good to have him on panel too. So I will see you guys next week, same channel, same time, with a new topic. I will figure out what that topic will be. And remember, be part of the solution, not the problem. Stay safe. God bless.
Good night. God bless.
Good night.
Thanks, Shadow. Bye, everyone.